Chat, you saw no scuff. Nothing happened. It was fine.
It was all totally normal.
Also, if you're over on YouTube, I added a Q&A thing. I think you guys should be able to answer my question. And then I should be able to see them. I don't know. I've never used the Q&A thing before.
Me neither.
So that one's kind of new to me, but I wanna play around with some of that stuff better. And then when we go to finish the Q&A, if it works how I expect it to, we will go down the list and we will read through some of y'all's creepies pastas.
Creepies pastas. Papa's creepies.
Oh, also that's what we're doing today, chat. We're doing creepy pastas.
Yeah.
You know, Jeff the Killer and Slenderman and shit.
We were this close to doing Fantasy Life.
I thought we were doing Fantasy Life, but apparently there was a slight miscommunication.
Yeah, I thought we were doing Fantasy Life on Wednesday, but then somebody just wasn't there. Just couldn't make it.
Well, I had work.
So hello chat.
Real quick, I'm trying to like look into some other stuff we can do, but I don't know how to use this fucking website. Why do fandom websites like run like shit?
Because they just do.
How does this even work? Do I have to specifically search for something? Why can't I like click through like files or something? I'm very confused. Well, because it's not necessarily creepypasta, but it's like analogous, which is, you know, Trevor Henderson's pictures.
Hmm.
You've seen those, right?
I don't think so.
Trevor Henderson is the one that made Siren Head.
Oh, yeah. I remember Siren Head.
He makes all kinds of, like, creepy images and stuff. Although he is a bit of a twat.
What'd he do?
He started trying to, like, sue people that were making Siren Head fan content.
Oh.
He's like, I own
Yeah.
it. It's mine.
It's mine. Like, okay, buddy.
It came off kind of like twatish to me.
That's very twat.
Like, look, bro, you made the one picture and nothing else. I think we should have a little chill.
It's giving cunt, but not in the good way.
Oh, sweetie, it's giving, but not in the good way.
Sweetie, it's giving, but not in the good way.
It's not very PogChamp of you. Oh, but yeah, he kind of became like a bit of a dickhead over that. He's like, I have to protect the brand. Like, the brand of what?
Chat, I'm not a cow. This is a goat. I'm a goat.
I sent one, so if it's working, you should see it. Okay, it does, yeah. It's like its own separate chat from me. Okay. So chat, my idea for this stream, which was admittedly thrown together very quickly, but I thought it could be fun, is, do you guys know who Tat's Top Videos is? They basically just do top lists, really. But they had a whole bunch of them that are like a decade old at this point that were just creepypastas. And it was just them going over, basically giving a synopsis of a whole bunch of different creepypastas. And I thought maybe we could watch that. And we could see what me and Dama actually remember from our time as a wee ones.
As wee ones delving into creepypastas.
Yes, back in the before time. What do you guys think about that as an option? She's totally not a cow, we're the milkers.
That's so mean, chat.
I mean, they're their chat. You just have to squeeze a little
out
extra.
Out of all of us, I think Mizu has the biggest milkers of us all.
Okay, here, we'll bring out the milkers, because Dama has requested them now. My massive
Mizu's
fucking titties.
Mizu's milkers are the best milkers.
Here, wait, I gotta
could totally take a nap with them.
Where is it? Oh, these? My boobies? My massive fucking titties? My super stuffed up milkies? My honker bonker doinky boinkies? My fucking fabric stretching, wind flapping, gravity welling sex mounds? You mean these super duper ultra hyper goddamn motherfucking tits? There we go, chat. There's one for the clippers. And for the soundboard, I guess. I hate having like long voice clips on the soundboard though, because I hate hearing my voice.
I don't have anything on my soundboard.
Misu's man milk. Look, if you're into that, chat, I'm not gonna judge. I mean, I'm gonna judge a little bit, but.
Me too. But I'm also not sharing. I will not share.
He remembers the whole line? No, I don't. I googled it. I can almost from memory quote the entire Ahsoka Tano not creepypasta, but copy pasta though.
My immersion.
Mizu said the fuck word within 10 minutes, there goes monetization. We never get monetization. YouTube's always trying to take it away from me, so... I'll survive, chat. I'll survive. Also, I kind of went over to Twitch because I was trying to, I'm trying to get everything up so I can see everything. Apparently, Twitch is asking me to subscribe to Crunchyroll.
Yeah, they're doing some drops thing.
I'm good.
Like, ew. Ew. I'll sail the 7 seas.
Huh, did Twitch... One sec, chat. Somebody paid for the no titties, and it did not go through. I can manually do it. Oh, sorry. But I wanna make sure, like, nothing's wrong. Yeah, it's connected. Oh, I see what I did wrong. Okay.
What have you done?
Wait, no, it says it's on. Why is connection status disconnected? No, I'll have to manually do it for now. But I don't...
No.
The people won't get their rewards.
My pillow.
The people paid for it, Dama.
Ugh. Stop paying for it.
Okay, it looks like I got it fixed.
Deflation.
The biggest crime is nobody asked AI Vader about the Ahsoka Tano creepypasta. Copypasta. Have they disabled that yet? Have they disabled AI Vader?
I don't know. I just know that SAG is very upset at Epic and wants to sue.
Yeah, which they shouldn't be able to do. Gotta do Mizu to do the I'm a Navy SEAL copypasta. That's a long one though. It's like really
It's too
long. Maybe one day though. There is a voice clip around of me doing the Ahsoka Tano one, which I feel a little bad about, right? So it's always a thing where you can't really hear your own voice very well, or you hear it differently from how other people hear it. Yeah. So when I was reading it, I thought I was putting like a fun little spin on it. And then when other people heard it, they're like, oh, it's so funny how you just have like the most deadpan blank voice ever. And I was like, what?
What?
I thought I was trying. I thought I put like a good little voice on it. What do you mean? Oh, that's a good reminder that I can't do voices. Friend I know IRL got arrested over the Navy SEAL copy pasta. Yeah, don't send that to people. Because while we know it's the copy pasta, if somebody reports you to police, they're probably going to take it like semi-seriously.
Yep.
We read some today. What we read? We are not reading creepypastas. We are listening to a synopsis of a metric ass ton of them. Which I am sharing my screen, Dama, if you can see it.
Yeah, I just gotta set it up.
Also, I like the video in the top right. Even though it is very clickbait.
Yeah.
I think my coverage was better still. Fuck Mujin.
Yours was so much better.
It's so funny. It is funny, but you can get in trouble for it. So don't do it. I'm not saying you should get in trouble for it. I'm saying you can, so you should avoid getting in trouble for it. As much as possible. Oh, also, let me pop it up, because I like to talk about it. There it is. So, at current, chat, Doom the Dark Ages has kind of fallen off, as it were. It is, like, not necessarily that nobody's playing it, but in that, it kind of hit what its peak was going to be. And it's done now. No more peak, right?
No more.
So chat, here's where Doom the Dark Ages finished out at. Currently it's got 12,000 people in game. It got 85% on its reviews, and it currently has an all-time peak of 31,000 players. Which, you know, for tiny little indie studio Bethesda, that's pretty good. You know, for an indie game, that's banger numbers right there. I mean, I kid. 31,000 is a lot. There's probably more on other consoles because it was a multi-platform release, I'm pretty sure, right? I think it was like on PlayStation and other stuff. This is specifically just the Steam reviews. So why am I showing this at all? Because me and Dama's little game, Fantasy Life, is currently sitting at 26,000 people playing with an all-time peak of 49,000. Which, this was lower a couple days ago. This is the all-time peak from 7 hours ago. So there's still a chance it can get an all-timer peak. So, Doom the Dark Ages, the highly anticipated title from Bethesda, is currently losing out to Fantasy Life, the sequel to a over 10-year-old DS game.
So based.
Everybody's playing Fantasy Life instead. Also, where is the chat? For some reason, my chat just like refuses to ever work properly.
Fantasy Life slays the slayer. As it should. Fantasy Life, my beloved.
It's so funny. Here, really quick, I need to pull up Botrix. Also, for some reason, my Botrix keeps trying to translate itself into Spanish.
Yeah, that's just the website.
Is it?
Yeah.
Okay. Because I haven't been able to figure out, like, what the fuck is going on, you know?
Little Dom is so cute. Thank you. I haven't used this model in a bit.
Oh, wait. Log out. Log in.
But this is my lolly goat. It has 2 outfits. I designed her because I wanted her. But she'll never be brown enough.
There we go, fixed it. I don't know why, chat. Sometimes it just hates me and decides it wants to fuck with me. Looks like people just want something new. Yeah. Doom kinda didn't deserve it, but I am celebrating the rejection of the $70 price tag. Also, Fantasy Life is fun. Only saw ads of Doom Dark Ages days after it came out. You know, people have been loving Fantasy Life, and I'm glad.
I love it too.
Because I think me and Dama were like 2 of the only people that were waiting for a new one, and everybody else is just discovering it for the first time from Steam.
Yep.
Because I've seen so many people. That device name, Hatsune Misu. Where did you see that at?
I think it was over from my side. I was trying to set up Discord.
Oh. Yeah, chat, I haven't changed my Discord name since I got the Rotten Mizu. My old profile picture was the Rotten Mizu, and my name was Hatsune Mizu. Anyways, Dama, are you ready for some video action?
I am.
I have to make sure the music is gonna carry correctly. Or the sound. Let's pull up the old one and mute the music. Why is it not pulling up? Oh, sorry, I'm stupid. You saw nothing.
I saw.
This video contains disturbing content, violent content,
Don't worry,
jump scares.
This is only for the start.
Fuck!
They have.
I would already click off.
They have the entire video is voiced by people. This is just for the start. Also, really quick, chat. Credit goes to Tat's Top Videos because it is their content. I have no idea who actually owns this channel. I think it's this girl up here, but I'm not sure about that.
We're unsure.
And sudden loud noises. Viewer discretion advised.
I should, is it 720p? Because this is back in the day.
Yeah.
Alright, chat, time for a blast from the past. At least for me.
Fucking VHS.
Back when YouTube was experimental. Back when 720p got the HD badge. I should turn it down a bit. I forgot what this skit was about. They turned all their videos into some kind of art project.
Yeah, sure isn't.
The 4 satanic videos have been completed. Top non-gaming, top gaming, top ritual, and top lost purpose.
Remember when this was peak spooky?
Have all been completed.
Yeah. I remember when Smile.exe was the most scariest thing.
Oh god, I forgot that Smile Dog.
I was talking about Smile Dog. I was talking about creepy what was it, Pinkie Pie? But cursed out of her ass. And so many horror gamers played it.
Oh yeah.
Creepypasta, a term that grew out of the 4chan terminology copypasta, for copy and paste text that goes viral. These modern-day ghost stories and urban legends often walk that fine line between internet fact and internet lore, and some are downright terrifying.
People around the world share their bizarre and terrifying stories, hoping that the tales will gain popularity and become classics, often quoted or cited by horror fans and frightened netizens.
They're the stuff of nightmares, and we're gonna take a look at the top 60 non-gaming creepypastas.
Non-gaming.
This was peak creepypasta back in the day. Before everyone was using AI images.
The Hangman.
God, yeah.
The Hangman was a poem written by Maurice Ogden in 1951 and first published in 1954 in Masses and Mainstream magazine under the pseudonym Jack DeNoia. Its plot concerns a hangman who arrives in a town and executes the citizens one by one. As each citizen is executed, the others are afraid to object out of fear that they will be next. Finally, there is nobody remaining in the town except for the hangman and the narrator of the poem. The narrator is then executed by the hangman, as by then there is no one left who will defend him. The poem is usually cited as an indictment of those who stand idly by, while others commit grave evil or injustice, such as during the Holocaust.
There's our first creepypasta, technically. That one I always thought, because I've actually seen this video multiple times, unironically. That one I always thought was like a weird addition, right? Because it's not really a creepypasta. It's like an old proverb that's supposed to be like, yeah, you need to speak up for other people. And it was eventually like shortened into, you know, the I didn't speak up for X because I was not an X. And I did not speak up for Y because I was not a Y. But now they're coming for me and there's no one left to speak up for me.
Yeah.
It was more like a lesson. It was not necessarily like a creepypasta. But eventually we're going to get into like actual internet creepypastas. Also, I forgot how cute your bunny is.
Thank you.
That's probably why I never see the dye on your shirt.
Yeah, I always almost had the plushie on.
Isn't that an allegory for the mustache people? Yeah.
The Bunk Bed. The
The
story
Bunk Bed.
revolves around a 27
The Domicos.
recalling his
That's
horrifying
funny.
memories of when he was a child. The bunk bed that he slept in was bought by his father out of joy when he realized that his wife was going to have twins. At 3 years old, the child would be placed in the bottom bunk of his bed, while his brother would torment him from above. Every night was apparently the same. The brother would growl at him in his malevolent croak about all the pain and misery awaiting him and the various tortures he had thought up. It was later revealed that his brother had sadly died whilst his mother was giving birth, and his parents would refuse to talk about it. Now as an adult, he explained that he can finally sleep only if he takes pills, and was glad he didn't have to see him, because he was on the top bunk.
Dude, how spoopy. What are your thoughts?
No way! Just do the fucking the YouTube thumbnail shock. Like, oh my god, bro! No way!
Remember, Dama, this was peak creepypasta back in the day. These are the top creepypastas from back in the day, Dama. You must understand.
It just sounds like true crime.
Well, I mean, I think that's why true crime got popular, because everyone missed, like, creepypasta.
Maybe.
Too
Some people
spooky
just
for
like
me.
hearing about crimes.
You shouldn't have redacted the other one. Too spooky 5 me is the thing people say to make fun of it.
3 spooky 5 me.
Yeah.
Anora Petrova. Anora Petrova was born in Portland, Oregon. She was one of the most promising figure skaters in the United States until she discovered a sentient Wikipedia page about her. After trying to selfishly alter her fate by editing the page, her life spirals out of control in the most unexpected ways. She first speculated her father or figure skating club had made the Wikipedia page as a way to inspire her to win. When she asked her dad about it flatly, he denied. Strangely, when she would check her Wikipedia page for competitions, it consistently and accurately predicted her subsequent victories at every tournament. She wanted to win a chance at the Olympics so bad that when it came time to try out for the sectionals, she decided to cheat and influence her Wikipedia page. When she tried to update the page, instead of displaying what she wanted, it had wrote horrible statements. Anora was banned from the competition for attempting to sabotage the other team's skates, which she denied. It began to become clear that the Wikipedia page predictions were coming true. It should be noted that the administration at Wikipedia was not aware of this page, and it is speculated that only Anora had access to it, or she fabricated the story. The page continued to have horrible descriptions of her, from one tragedy after another. It said her parents ended up in a terrible accident, and she would be penniless. When Anora tried to contact her parents after reading that particular page entry, she heard nothing but laughter at the other end. When she eventually viewed call records from her parents' phones, it did not show the calls she tried to make to them. Anora became very despondent and reclusive. She eventually received a settlement for her parents' death and moved to Switzerland. While in Europe, she abandoned her habit of checking the page and started to become a success in her craft again. Unfortunately, before an audition for the ice circus, she relapsed into her old habit of checking the page to see possible results. It read that she would die friendless and penniless on the day before the audition, and the predictions came true.
And what do you think about poor little...
Just sounds like life. It just sounds like life.
You need a hug, Dama. Over here listening to creepypasta, and Dama's like, yeah, that just sounds like my day.
Sounds like a day of my life.
I'm gonna say, I think I'm gonna remember like half of these, because I watched this so much when I was younger. Mercenary for 10. All I remember this video and the creepypastas they highlighted. I wasn't impressed with the first go around with any of them. TV's Are You Afraid of the Dark on Nickelodeon did it better. I mean, that's fair. You have to remember though, like back in the day, these were peak creepypasta. This is like what people were obsessed with. I think there's a couple in here though that are like hugely popular that have never gone away.
Where bad kids go.
So,
oh no!
So Dama, do you remember this? I'm gonna start asking this. Do you remember where bad kids go at all?
No, I never heard of it.
Fair. I'm gonna start checking in with you at the start of each one to see if it rings any bells. Unfortunately, I do remember this one.
This story describes a photographer who
Another
decides
day
to
as a
find out
wizard.
more
True.
about an old children's show that he used to watch as a child in wartime Lebanon. From what he remembers, the show relied on very graphic imagery and scare tactics to keep kids from misbehaving. He believes that the show was an attempt by the media to keep children in check, as the moral of every episode revolved around some sort of strict ideology, such as bad kids stay up late.
Oh, by the way, I don't mean to like pick on these people because I am very impressed with their work. It helped make my childhood. However, some of them probably should have taken a speech class, even more so than me.
Probably.
Because there's a lot of words. It's like, how'd you fuck that up? Like, where he just said there was ideology. It's like, did you want to do a second take?
There's no time for a second take.
I mean, back in the day, that was even among this. So this annoys me. Real quick, chat. I want to go on this tangent. Maybe Dama can chime in if they feel the same. But a lot of times when I'm watching different creepypasta videos and the author like royally fucks up their line, instead of cutting it out, they just go back and reread the line. And sometimes, with a couple of them, it's not like a short line either. It's like literally an entire huge page-worth paragraph. And they still go back and reread the whole thing.
God, yeah.
What are your thoughts on those?
It just bothers me. Because I remember there many times when like I was recording a script and I would just fuck up words so bad. So like, you know what, let's just cut that out.
Yeah, you like
how
roll
do you
back.
not just cut it out or pop up like some recording software and retake the entire thing. It won't be the greatest, but whatever.
But instead, they're just like, oh, I fucked it up. Let's just reread the whole thing. Like, can we something else?
No.
Why
No
editing
time.
is so easy? I don't know. It's just a thing in like the creepypasta scene. Never saw it. It is definitely on the American videos. I obviously wouldn't know like other languages. With the
We'll do
American
it
videos, it's exceptionally common.
Yeah.
And bad kids steal food from the fridge at night. You may think that's very mundane. However, the one thing that the photographer remembered, the most at least, was the closing scene of every single episode. It was the same thing every time, actually. The camera would slowly zoom towards a old rusted door, and as it got closer, screams of some kind could be heard. The closer the camera got to the door, the louder and clearer the screams would get. When the screaming couldn't get any worse, an Arabic text read,
Arabic?
"That's where bad kids go," signifying the end of the episode. Fast forwarding to the present, somehow the photographer managed to track down the studio where the old show was filmed. Although the place looked like it had been abandoned for quite a long time, the infamous rusted door from his childhood was still there. He then discovered beyond the door lay a small room which was covered in traces of blood, feces, and bones. And what scared him the most,
They go to
is
Birmingham.
that beyond all that, in the middle of the room, was a caged microphone which hung from the roof.
What do you think, Dama?
I'm so glad I was never a bad kid. Never been a bad kid.
Also, chat, you guys are all free to chime in at any time when if you feel like you have some comments to make. We appreciate your input,
We do.
even if Dama pretends not to.
What?
It's okay, chat.
not
You guys
true.
can trust me.
You can trust me too.
Don't believe her.
What did I do?
You were a woman.
Wow.
You know, chat, they lie as easily as they breathe.
Not me.
You cannot trust them, chat. Unfortunately, I am working right now, so I can't be too chatty. No, that's fair. Enjoy your work. I mean, as much as you can enjoy work.
Dama never cares. I care. I care a lot.
What series are they talking about? They're saying them at the start of each section. That one was called Where the Bad Kids Go. Lamau, oof. Fair.
She's a brown woman. She's even worse. Wow. You can trust some brown women. Some, not all.
I don't think I can.
You can't. What about me?
Well, I mean, I've got you on a leash, so it doesn't really count.
Wow. Wow.
You're in the field, Dama.
Massa, I'm sorry.
One of these days, I'm gonna get in so much trouble. I could see it now.
It's gonna be a Google Doc.
Who do you think it's gonna be on, me or you?
You. You
Fair.
have the long, extensive war crime list.
It's not that long. At least I don't think it is.
Molly the Dolly.
So, do you remember Molly the Dolly?
For some reason, that sounds familiar, but I probably do not remember.
It's just
It
like in the
sounds
back of your
familiar.
mind.
Yeah. It's been a while.
a 12-year-old girl named Alicia and her 10-year-old sister, Abby, and her mother had just moved into a new house. It was new and big, just like they'd wanted. They just needed to get some basic everyday household belongings from the store. Alicia's mother had spotted something in the bargain bin of the shop. It was a doll called Molly the Dolly, as described on the label. To the mother, the doll looked beautiful. Alicia thought it looked creepy, and Abby thought it looked funny. Molly the Dolly was described as wearing an orange, pinkish dress that was ripped at the sleeves and neckline, and had large black eyes that looked like it was staring at nothing. The mother paid for the doll, and when they arrived home, she placed it on the mantelpiece. That night, Alicia heard some childish laughter, singing,
"Molly's jumping out the mantelpiece and Molly's gonna kill you."
Alicia thought it was Abby playing a prank, but a few minutes later, she heard it again.
"Molly's walking across the living room and Molly's gonna kill you."
Alicia tried shouting for her mother, but there was no answer.
"Molly's coming up the stairs and Molly's gonna kill you."
Alicia thought it was actually Molly the Dolly, considering Abby and her mother were not answering.
"Molly's walking across the hall, Molly's gonna kill you."
Petrified, Alicia climbed out of bed and could see the shadow underneath.
We ripping off Child's Play.
"Molly's almost here."
The door to Alicia's room opened, and she
I
was
never watched that
paralyzed with
movie
fear
either.
and could not move.
"Molly's here now, and now you're dead."
That morning,
Now you're
the
dead.
mother came to wake Alicia up, but she wasn't there. There was no sign of her. Nothing. Alicia's mom went down into the living room, running, but only saw Molly, right where she was placed yesterday, and another doll that looked exactly like Alicia.
What are your thoughts?
She's coming down the hallway and she's gonna kill her. The same vibe as Please No More Hot Dogs.
A doll with Xbox Live game chat. No, chat, if that was true, they would have said something about fucking your mom.
True.
There's always something about fucking your mom.
I fuck your mom.
But no, I think it's a funny one.
Chat, that's not true. I don't lock you in a basement. I wouldn't do that to you.
I think Dama would, chat.
Maybe some of you.
Never trust Dama,
Some
chat.
of you. It's baby's first Edgar Allan Poe. Imagine a doll going down the stairs screaming the N-word. Oh, that would be so funny.
I don't know if I could take it seriously.
I couldn't take it serious if it did that. Like, bitch, if you're running down the hall with a knife and you're screaming the N-word, I'm gonna laugh.
I could see Dama now just like absolutely hunched over, dying laughing.
Why is it me?
No, I could picture you right now, like you're hunched over, just laughing your ass off as the doll's charging at you with the knife. And it's one of those like scenes out of like those scary movies where the killer just stops and he's like, "Come on, man! Like you're taking all the fun out of it."
Take me seriously. He's like, I can't. I can't.
Smalley the Dolly is Raggedy Ann transformation Finny.
That's crazy.
I mean,
Dolls
chat,
don't
if
have
that's
the
how you
required
read
anatomy
it.
to do your mom. I mean, some dolls could still do your mom.
True.
They have detachable hands, chat.
Do you think
Do you know what your mom could do with a detachable hand?
That's like a horror porn idea where the sex doll comes to life.
Oh god!
The angel statue A report in 1996 revolved around an incident when a couple decided to go out for the night. They called up their usual babysitter to come and take care of the kids. When the babysitter arrived, the children were already asleep, so she decided that she could pass the time by watching some TV. However, the only TV that had cable was situated inside the parents' bedroom, so she called them to see if it would be alright with them. The parents agreed, but then the babysitter asked if she could cover up the angel statue which was situated in the room, as it made her feel pretty nervous. Upon hearing this, the father instructed her to immediately get the kids out of the house and call the police, because they did not own an angel statue. At this point, it was unclear whether the babysitter and children did manage to escape the house, as several variations of this story exist.
That was spooky.
I don't
That's the
understand
whole
that at all.
It's-
It's the whole thing.
It's ripping off the Weeping Angels.
Uh.
The babysitter was creeped out by an angel statue in the bedroom, and the dad tells her to get out of the house because they don't actually own an angel statue.
Yeah.
So it's kind of like playing off the Doctor Who Weeping Angels. It's not like...
Makes sense.
Some of these aren't super deep. This is back in the olden days of creepypasta, before, creepypastas were 10 hours long and had deep lore.
Antron.
Does the name ring any bells, Dama?
Nope.
Not at all?
No.
I'll admit, this was one of the ones I've never heard referenced before outside of this video.
Antron is a robotic humanoid that was witnessed and reported in
Oh, like cheating? Oh no.
It was found by a father at a garbage dump. When he brought it home, it became
Oh no, it's
self-aware
American
and
cheating.
woke up. The family named it Antron and adopted the robot as part of the family. For a while, Antron acted in a normal manner and showed no signs of malfunctioning or changes. 4 months later, it eventually injured one of the
I'll
children.
turn it up just
The
a little
father
bit for you, chat.
What? Oh, is it on
I
your
need
side?
to turn it up. Yeah, my side. Turn it up a little bit more.
Got you. By the way, chat, yeah, let me know if I need to adjust the volume at all as well.
Scolded the robot, but Antron didn't understand. It thought it perceived the scolding as a threat and ran away from the house. Antron was later witnessed stalking the family from windows and doors until
Skynet.
the father's son had gone missing.
It's fucking Skynet.
Antron was never seen or heard from again, and the son
It's
was never
cheaty.
found. All that had remained was Antron's favorite toy car.
Yeah, it's cheaty.
But Dama, he kidnapped their son.
Yeah, Cheaty kidnapped Sana. Following the footsteps.
To be fair, she wanted to go at first.
She wanted Cheaty, and then was like, never mind. We can never be.
She wanted to see what else extendoed on him.
She no longer wanted to be his little ostrich.
There's so many like weird fucking sayings in other countries. My favorite is do you know anything about French, the language?
Not really.
There's a saying in French, "Mon petit chou," which means my little cabbage.
My babushka. My cabbage.
Mon petit chou, my little
petit chou.
cabbage.
My little cabbage.
I'm sorry, chat. We'll get back to the creepy. I mean, to be fair though, it is French. They are pretty creepy. They don't shower.
Suck.
They don't shave.
They don't shower. They don't shave.
Apparently, their country is so depressing when people show up that they want to off themselves.
Yeah.
Eyeless Jack.
So, Dama, do you remember this one?
I feel like I recognize it.
Like a vague memory in the back of the head.
Yeah. Yeah.
Eyeless Jack had been reported as a strange humanoid figure wearing a black hoodie and a blue mask with black holes for eyes. Eyeless Jack had been found to attack victims and remove their kidneys, sometimes even murdering victims without drawing attention. One of the reports involved two people who had heard noises from outside their house. Upon investigation, they could not locate the noise. The following morning, one of them had suffered severe lacerations across the face. He was placed in intensive care at the hospital and was later told the following day that his kidney had been removed, even though no staff had operated on him. Upon his release from the hospital the following night, he had reported the creature leaning over his bed. The victim said he had tried to get up and take a picture of the creature with the camera when it had lunged at him, clawing at his chest. In a desperate struggle, he managed to escape and run out of the house, but had tripped over a rock, becoming unconscious. He had woken up in a hospital room, and the doctors informed him that his brother was murdered, but he could not identify what had done it. The report says that when he returned home, he found his friend's body on the floor of the upstairs bedroom, with the kidney next to him.
He stole his kidney, Dama.
Not my kidneys. You sell them on the black market or eat them?
But they took his kidney, Dama.
Yeah.
Their laws are kind of backwards. What laws? Did I miss something?
France.
Oh, France, yeah. Oh, so in France, I don't know if you know this, you are legally not allowed to DNA test your child.
Why?
Because they believe that the rates of cheating are so high in France that it would throw the entire country into disarray if every child got DNA tested.
That sounds like it would be because of like incest, but like that doesn't make any sense.
No, it's just everybody's cheating.
Wow. Wow.
Yeah, that's how bad it is over there.
NTR land, literally.
Ticky Toby.
Do you remember?
Yeah, I remember a little bit.
I was hoping you would remember Ticky Toby.
I remember.
Mercenary for 5. I like wholesome creepy pastas. Milo is one when the SCP monster is being scary at first, but ends up being the emotional support monster. I don't remember that one.
Eyeless Jack is just an average New Yorker. Yeah, fucking the streets of New York. You show up, some guy stabs you, takes your kidney, and walks off.
Honestly, I just thought it was a drug kingpin.
It was just a normal day.
Toby grew up with several mental disorders during his childhood, making it difficult for him to fit in with normal people.
Do you remember that when that was a big creepypasta staple, is just saying that everybody was mentally ill?
Yeah, everyone was mentally ill. Oh my god.
Yeah. He had a mental disorder. Oh, yep, he's the villain.
Yep, evil.
Milo is the furry at Wolf SCP everyone lewds. Oh, yeah, no, I know them. I've seen lots of porn of that. I mean, what?
What?
He was constantly bullied by his classmates for his tics.
It's always the bullies.
Unsuitable for a public school surrounding. So
of course, it's public school.
Although he had plenty of support from his mother and older sister Lyra, his father lost himself to alcohol, drugs, and gambling, and started abusing his family. When Toby was 17, he and his sister were involved in a tragic car accident, resulting in Lyra's death. Toby's symptoms began to worsen because of this. He lost his appetite for food, and slowly began to lose his memories, and was less social than before. The Slender Man started to repeatedly stalk Toby afterwards, and
I forgot this was a Slenderman connected story because everything was connected to the Slenderman back in the day.
Yeah, most of the creepypastas I remember are everything connected to Slenderman.
I forgot Ticky Toby was a Slenderman one. Oh, bro. There's so many creepypastas back in the day that were Slenderman related, including it's something Jack, right? No, it's not Jack. I'm thinking of Jack because of Eyeless Jack. It's the Jeff the Killer. Jeff the Killer eventually became Slenderman related.
I remember I dressed up as Jeff the Killer for Halloween.
Why?
Because I was really into creepypastas back then.
Slenderman or Jeff the Killer? No, Jeff the Killer eventually became part of Slenderman lore.
in an attempt to turn him into a proxy by slowly giving him strange
proxy.
visual and
Oh,
auditory
it's coming back to me now.
Toby eventually gives in to the voices in his head and violently murders his father.
He had voices in his head. Yep, he's crazy.
In a desperate attempt to escape the police, he sets his neighborhood on fire as a distraction, but was quickly surrounded by the flames. He was about to give in to his inevitable death when the Slender Man saved him as he was about to black out. When Toby woke up, all of his memories of the past were taken by the Slender Man as he became a local proxy.
That's Ticky Toby.
Ticky Toby.
Everything was a Slenderman story. Everything had something to do with proxies. Everything had to crank up to like 11 for no reason. Like, yeah, he just casually set his entire neighborhood on fire. Okay, how?
Don't worry about it.
The moral is don't be mentally ill.
That's gonna be so hard.
The Wyoming Incident.
Do you remember the Wyoming Incident?
No, I forget that Wyoming is a state.
I remember that was a trend with creepypastas for a while, is just saying something incident and calling it, and it was supposed to be like very military based. I don't remember this one. I'm gonna say it's something to do with the military though, because back in the day, every time you put incident on something, it was military related.
Probably.
The Wyoming
Nerd. I'm not a
was
nerd.
television signal hijacking that occurred on October 1992. A hacker managed to take over a local station and aired a very strange, creepy video. It was reported as being extremely disturbing and included black and white, disembodied heads and various poses. The video would also be interrupted by random messages such as, "You can lose everything," and "What hides your mind?" Police reports reveal that many of the victims had suffered headaches, paranoia, hallucinations, and nausea from watching the broadcast. The FBI found that the audio in the video was played at a frequency between...
Yep, there it is, FBI.
It's always the FBI.
Always the... What's that? I gotta fix my chair. It got too low.
The Ohio incident where the Skibbity invaded. Hush up. I gotta time you. You gotta get time now.
They deserve it.
I'm joking.
They deserve the timeout.
Don't you dare bring up Skibbity in here.
17 and 19 hertz. The Wyoming incident did not make national headlines, and it was heavily regulated by the government. The hijacked station received numerous phone calls from viewers who wondered what was occurring for the duration of the station being targeted. All phone call conversations that were recorded have been seized by officials. Neither the hijacker nor any known accomplices have ever been found, caught, or identified, which leaves the incident unsolved.
No way.
I like how somebody hijacks a news station for a couple hours and suddenly it's a massive government conspiracy cover-up. Like, no, they wouldn't care that much. Like,
they really wouldn't.
Like, we've seen it before. They'd, like, hunt the guy down. But they're not going to be like, oh, the people can't know that a news broadcast got hijacked. What would
But
the
we're gonna know.
It would throw the country into
happens.
disarray if they know that you can hijack CNN.
This cover will be more eyes on the incident. Yeah.
Annie 96 is typing.
Do you remember?
It sounds familiar, but I feel like I may be mixing up something else.
What do you think it is?
Because I feel like it was like connected to like some horror movie, maybe.
I mean, there are some horror movies that like ripped off creepypastas.
I may be confusing the two.
There's a possibility.
On October 23rd, 2004, a text conversation was filed to the FBI regarding two individuals, David
It's the FBI.
and Annie. They were both messaging each other late into the night because neither of them were able to sleep. The conversation was reported normal for teenagers until Annie started hearing sounds in her backyard. David had tried to
Aren't
tell
you mistaken
Annie
with
not to
Annie
look,
69?
because she
That's
was
crazy.
home alone at her house. Annie had ignored his plea and looked out her window and claimed to see that a man, which she swore was David, in her yard digging a hole in the ground. David had replied that it was not him, since he was messaging her in his own house. Annie didn't believe him, since the man was wearing his jacket with his name on the back of it, which David swears is in his closet. The man had turned around and smiled at Annie and began walking towards her house. Annie, clearly terrified, ran into the closet and was armed with a knife. David had called the police and was on his way to Annie's house. As the man got closer, Annie told David that the stalker could be a figment of her imagination or some dream entity. She told David to stop thinking about her, and David, who was confused at first, agrees.
It's his fault for being a fed.
Annie explained that the stalker had vanished and was extremely happy and grateful that David had showed strong feelings for her. She had asked David to come over tomorrow morning, and when David had asked if it really was Annie replying, she had appeared offline.
No!
The worst horror ever. Left on red.
No! Left on red. Oh! Dream entity while you're awake. Yeah!
Peak creepypasta.
He was ghosted.
The girl in the photograph.
This one rings
Don't recognize it at all.
Not even a little bit.
Nope.
The girl in the photograph is a mysterious picture that claims the
Look
lives
at
of
his
victims.
photograph.
In the picture, she is described as beautiful, wearing a dress with tights on and red shoes. The photograph of her shows her making numbered signs, but these could be interpreted as hand gestures toward
Or gang symbols, depending on what part of the state you live in.
True!
I'm sure there's more build-up in the
One or the other.
creepypastas. I mean, there is. These are like synopses. You know, like short little, we're just gonna tell you about like what the basics are.
Yeah.
towards the camera. Anyone that touches the picture instantly wants to know more information about the girl in the photograph. The victim will ask around, demanding to know who she is.
Look at this photograph.
Every time I look, it makes me laugh.
It was in my head. I couldn't like move on without saying it. Song just like lives rent free in my head.
But will not get the results they are looking for. At night, it's been reported that giggling can trance the victim to dangerous locations, such as a road, rail track, or construction site. If the victim is killed, the photograph will change its hand gesture to show how many victims it has fooled.
Spooky photo.
Ooh, spooky photo.
Chat, this story is a very important one for our generation. It is about the dangers of simping for a woman.
True. Don't simp for women, Chan. Or anybody. Don't simp for anything.
Yeah, don't simp for anyone. You'll get hit by a car, and the person you're simping for will make fun of you in a photograph.
The victim will walk around asking people source. Source?
Think about it from like a real life perspective, right? Some guy on the like some random ass dude, not like a cop or anything, walks up to you on the street and says, "Bro, have you seen this chick before? Do you know where she is?" Like even if you do
respond, I would run away.
Like even if you do know, you're not fucking telling him. You're calling the police and be like, "Hey, so this dude is running around trying to get this woman. I don't know why."
You don't know why.
Twist ending.
See, that's not a good name for a story because I have no idea what the fuck you're talking about.
Yeah, I got no idea what you're talking about.
I don't.
Twist ending. No way, bro. It's a twist ending.
If you write a book or a story called Twist Ending, and it actually does have a twist ending, no, and it actually does have a twist ending, you've written a shitty story. The twist needs to be that there is no twist if you're gonna do that in the title.
What a
Twist ending
twist.
is a story about a writer.
I forget that fucking. I don't know if that's from like a real movie or something. I only know it from the Robot Chicken sketch, where the black guy just stops and looks at the camera and goes, "What a twist!
What a twist!"
After you said it, that's all I could think about.
What a twist!
Called David, who would receive fan mail, which would include
I remember this one now.
Certain amateur writers. David would take these manuscripts and steal from these writers. He would publish these stories for his own success and not give these individuals any credit, then proceed to blacklist them from getting any writing published. One instance details a certain manuscript that was sent to him. David enjoyed the script and guessed what the twist ending was before he could get there. The last few pages of the script were sealed together, and it took some force to pull them apart. As he read through the script, he understood he was correct. But there was a final author's note, which detailed that the author had previously been sending David the manuscript, and David had not been giving the author credit for his story. Because of his actions, the author would never be able to publish his work, effectively ruining his life. As a final revenge, the author filled the last 2 pages with arsenic poison, a deadly infection, which slows down a victim's heartbeat until it eventually stops. His final quote was stating that some twist endings can be very hard to predict.
What a twist!
What a twist!
What a twist!
Unironically, my only problem with this story, because I kind of do like it. I don't think it's that bad of a story, genuinely. My issue is you're telling me this guy sat down and read through an entire novel that had arsenic poisoning in it, and he managed to get through the whole book.
Yeah.
You were bullshitting me, or you did not write a big book.
Like, I feel a little strange.
You either did not write a big book, or you were bullshitting me. What a Twist is Robot Chicken's version of M. Night Shyamalan. What a Twist, you two. See, all I know is M. Night Shyamalan put shitty twist in his movies. I didn't know he actually said, like, what a twist or anything. He's just really dedicated, is all me soon. Yeah.
What a twist!
All I know about M. Night Shyamalan is he has, like, shitty twist endings. Like, the fact that the aliens in Signs are weak to water.
Why?
Have you ever seen Signs?
No.
It's about an alien invasion, and there's a whole bunch of, like, they're trying to misdirect you. But the ultimate twist is that they're aliens, and their weakness is water. And it's like, okay, so your weakness is water, so you decided to invade a planet that rains acid.
Okay.
Yeah, like, you're coming to invade Earth to try and take it over. You are allergic to 98% of the planet, and the other 2%, that 98% comes to you and rains on you periodically at random times. Why?
They're just dumb.
You've developed intergalactic travel. Oh, that's another thing. This is a side point. I hate that all these alien movies feature aliens that have perfected intergalactic travel, but they still walk around naked with no armor on.
I know! Imagine going to invade Venus and you're naked.
Yeah. Like the aliens from Signs, you could have argued that they came to Earth wearing like high-tech space suits. Instead, they're just running around naked on a planet that basically is toxic to them. Why?
Being naked is based.
I'm not saying they need like human-looking space suits, but I feel like they would wear some sort of armor. Even if just to like defend themselves a little extra.
True.
The reason why they were hurt by water was because it was blessed, but the storytelling was so bad that literally everyone missed it. I thought the religion thing was a misdirection, and it was just they really are allergic to water. Also, because if you don't know, the way you bless water is really weird. You just need a certain percentage of the water to be blessed water, and it makes all the water blessed water. So you can continuously grow your pool of blessed water.
That's crazy.
Yeah, so you need over, I think 50% of the water has to be blessed, over half. So if you get like 50% of your water is blessed water, and you pour it into a twice as big container, you now have twice as much blessed water. And you can keep doing that to continually grow your pool of blessed water. Which is unironically how the Catholic Church does it.
Infinite holy water.
Yeah. Instead of having a priest constantly bless the holy water, they just continually put it in bigger and bigger containers. Because I'm pretty sure that's how God intended it to work.
Exactly.
That, I have to say, that unironically makes it very funny that apparently demons can be hurt by a loophole.
Don't get me started on Signs. Was almost good. Could have been saved with an edit. Probably. I've never seen it.
M. Night Shyamalan throws in a bunch of twists that didn't need to be twists. And a lot of times it's in the last like 5 minutes of the movie, and it's like, oh, last 5 minutes, we have a twist. And it's like,
What a twist!
Yeah.
What a twist!
Check out this one life hack by the Catholic Church.
Maybe we should watch Signs for a movie night.
If you want to, I will torture you with it.
Oh, yeah.
I don't mind torture. If it's short enough, we can do both Signs and the other one.
Yay.
Demons hate this one simple trick.
Nails.
Does it
Nails.
Does it ring any bells?
No! This is such a generic fucking name. I'm not gonna have any idea what you're talking about. What a
report
tweet!
was filed to the police highlighting that a man had gone missing from Burnside apartment in room number 14. The man had claimed that he had heard scratching every night at 3 a.m. This was further
Pervert
backed
aliens
up by
versus the
residents
Catholic
also
Church.
hearing the noise too. The disappearance of the man was being investigated by police, and when asked by the residents about the incident, a few had described a corpse-like creature with nails in its fingers, toes, shoulders, and neck. It would carry a bag in one hand.
So
and
my
would
mother-in-law?
walk very awkwardly, almost like a ghost. They seemed to think it was responsible for the scratching noise. The creature was not visible in human sight, but could only be seen on camera. The disappearing man had originally worked as a factory worker, stamping out cards. His colleagues, when questioned, said that there was nothing suspicious about him other than that he had complained about bad luck following him everywhere. To this day, there had been no signs of the creature or the man, but it could be theorized that the creature had attacked him and took him somewhere. The police have condemned the building, but was warned that at the hour of 3 a.m. is when the spirits become most active.
What did you think of Nails, Adama? Did it spook you?
No. No.
How could it not spook you? It was the most spoopy of all stories.
It just didn't.
The thing that stalks the fields. This is the story of a farmer who noticed that the hay bales around his farm had been moved. He returned the bales to their proper places, thinking it was the work of pranksters. It happened again, and he moved them back again. He didn't move the bales back a third time after the next day. Something had come and decapitated his horses, and the heads were missing. That night, he saw something emerge from the woods near his home. He couldn't tell what it was. It walked on 4 legs. It was thin and had skin the color and texture of grass.
This is a side note. Do you remember this video in the background when it was a big thing?
No.
I'll have to find it later.
Granite. It was over 10 feet tall, and it used the hay bales as markers, boundaries. It had claimed the farmer as a pet. After a few days, a stranger in a car approached the farmer's home, and the thing attacked the car, pulled the driver out, and crushed him in his arms. The message was clear. The farmer was the thing's captive, and was not allowed visitors. Nothing could cross the borders it had set.
Are you spooked yet?
No. No.
YouTube is not receiving enough video to maintain smooth streaming. As such, it will experience buffering. Fuck you,
That's
YouTube.
great. That's just great.
Apparently,
Cancel Toma for destroying my GFE immersion. God. Chat, I still love you.
I don't know. It looks fine. Chat, let me know if it's wrong, but it looks fine on my end. Oh, that's it? Yeah, that's it. The story is a bit longer because it's obviously like it's playing out the pros of it. But it is just like there's a monster that every day the farmer goes outside, the hay bales are moved, and he keeps trying to move them back. But then he finally notices that they're like in a circular pattern around his house. They're not just like in a random position. And the monster is just keeping him as like a pet. When the guy in the car drives up, he tries to run out to meet the guy. Because his plan is he's going to hop in the car and tell the guy to just drive as fast as possible. But as soon as the guy's car passes the hay bale barrier, the monster is immediately on his car, literally rips the roof off, and instantly crushes the guy in his hand.
Bruh.
I actually fairly well remember the story. It was popular for a while.
bang.
I hope they are.
Is that how you want to go out, Dama?
Yeah.
There's an Asian guy who went out like that.
Was it death by snoo snoo?
No, apparently he had a heart condition. And his final climax was his final climax.
Yeah, I wouldn't mind going out like that. I wouldn't mind.
FBI cases have been reported frequently
According to the fucking
about
FBI.
an unexplained phenomenon called shattering. It's an ability in a human to make objects explode or shatter by pointing at
Make
them.
objects explode.
One of these cases involved a young boy who played with his friend. They were playing a game called Cowboys and Indians, and one of them aimed at his friend with his index finger and fired by dropping his thumb like the hammer of a pistol and shouted bang. Instantly, the other kid died at the scene with half his head missing.
Damn.
The exact mechanism behind this exploding is unknown. Officials and the parents couldn't detail the exact cause of the act. No stray bullets were found, no guns were reported, and no one had really witnessed it besides the one child. 26 similar cases were reported by the officer. Years later, a similar incident happened in a park where a young girl, brandishing a toy gun, had asked a stranger to put their hands up and pretended to shoot. She then asked the stranger to do the same in return. The girl was hit in the abdomen, but the stranger had fled the scene. A suicide note was left on a computer which was tracked on forums. It explained that the person had an argument with their girlfriend, and he had pointed their finger at her, indicating that this was another case of the shattering phenomenon.
Oh no.
They had pulled their index finger and fled the scene. He had planned on doing the same thing to himself. It was theorized that the power was rare, dangerous, and a wild card.
What do you think, Dama? Did the shattering scare you?
I love how they say, like, it's a rare ability, but then, like, more than 3 people in one town just happen to have it. Like, it doesn't sound so rare at all.
I didn't say they were all in one town. It's the FBI. They're dealing with stuff from all over the world.
I'm sure they are.
The Suicide King.
Okay. I don't know why that's funny.
Are you good, Dama?
All hail the king of suicide.
Would she like to explain to the class what's so funny?
No, I don't know. It's just the words. For some reason, it feels really funny.
Filled with symbolism about history. The 4 kings are based on real historical kings. One of these in particular is the King of Hearts. This king is based off of Charles VII of France. His face was originally put on a card.
He was kings
during
and shit.
During his reign, he became ill, and the condition became very serious. Out of boredom, Charles had developed a passion for playing cards. However, he became extremely paranoid about the number 13, and he claimed it was causing him bad luck. Eventually, Charles began hallucinating and dreaming about the number 13. He told his servants to leave his chamber. The servants grew very suspicious and contacted a doctor. Upon arrival, they entered his room only to find him standing with a large sword in hand. Charles then spoke and said, "They have showed me the truth of 13, and it is not meant for mortal eyes." And just like that, he thrust the sword into his head. After this, the picture of him on the cards was changed to show him committing suicide.
Damn.
Is spoopy, Dama? You spooped yet?
No.
Dama, they showed him the truth of 13. He knows the secret.
Yeah.
Cave children.
Does it ring any bells?
No.
Turns out he just really hated math class.
So spoopy, he learned a number. You serve 0 purpose.
It tells of an expedition to Pompeii in which 4 scientists investigate some unexplored caves. They are told stories about creatures known as cave children with translucent skin, 1 single eye, and 4 legs, similar to crabs. The first few paragraphs are normal.
What?
Remember, chat, all evolution eventually returns to crab. Eventually,
Why
one day in the
crab?
future, we will all be crab people.
Crab people.
Have you never heard that before?
I know the crab people from South Park.
No, so scientists have been tracking different animal evolutions, and for some reason it seems like crab is just peak evolution of the animal kingdom, and all animals are starting to develop like crab-like traits.
How?
And they've come to believe that crab is just peak evolution at this point.
They sure are a very yummy evolution.
Carcinization, yeah, that's what it's called.
We see descriptions of lizards and the mysterious cave children, but further investigation reveals that when one is killed, it's not actually crustacean, but an upside-down hominid, similar to a human. What was thought to be an eye was actually a mouth.
Convergence
The so-called
evolution.
tail was in fact genitalia, and what was believed were wings were in fact their ribcage. In the notes, one of the scientists loses her mind and ends up sacrificing herself, but her fate is not left ambiguous. She was raped and then killed.
Damn.
Afterwards, the last surviving scientist tries to patch himself up, escape, and finish taping the expedition. Unbeknown to him was the infection slowly turning him into one of the cave children. According to the testimony by Dr. Insadia, the rescuers spotted several of the creatures mentioned in the tapes during their second trip into the caves. On the 4th trip, when this tape was found, they opened fire on one which approached their party, scaring it away. They described this last as stouter than the others, and what it appeared to be bandages wrapped around its arms.
The scientist became a cave child, Dama.
They turn into crabs.
Turn into crab people.
Crab people.
Its tail is its balls. It didn't say the tail was the balls. It said it was genitalia.
That was Gonivorous crab people.
It's more like a tentacle.
You know how expensive crab is, Chad? Crab is expensive.
Depends on where you get it, but yeah.
Turn them into brats. That's crazy.
We're turning them into brats? What?
I don't know. That's what someone from chat said.
The crawl space. While studying abroad, a student finds an affordable apartment in Campo de Fiori in Rome. She and her friends find it furnished with laundry machines and a freestanding bathtub in one of the 2 bathrooms. They spend 2 months there well and happy. Then, on the 3rd month, one of them discovers a small secret crawl space. One night, the students hear shuffling coming from the crawl space. They believe it to just be a harmless animal was hiding in there. She was not so convinced. A few days later, she gets a camera, slides the door to the crawl space open, and tries to locate the source of the noise. She manages to capture a picture of a humanoid face with barred teeth in the shadows, but even with the evidence, she was unable to convince her roommates to leave the apartment. Weeks after she returned to America, she received word from her program director that her friends had all gone missing.
Honestly, I'm probably just dead either way, because I'm not even going in the crawl space to check.
Yeah.
You're not
I
paying
wouldn't
me to go
crawl
down there.
in the crawl space.
Yeah.
I'm not crawling in no fucking crawl space, man. I'm moving.
I wouldn't even know it was down there, because I'm not going to look.
I would board it up and be like, yep, time to go.
Best creepypasta of all time was Ted the Caver. I'm kind of iffy on Ted the Caver.
I've never heard of it.
Based of the lady, she dipped as soon as she saw the monster. Exactly.
Based.
What's with all these people that are like, I want to go down there and learn more about it?
Go down. Let's explore and split up.
The passenger.
Do you remember Dama?
No.
Nothing come to mind?
Nope.
It's a very scary title, though. Very intimidating.
Yeah, the passenger.
Police were called to attend an accident where a bus driver had driven off the road. He remembered very little of what took place. The last thing he recalled was a woman paying her fare before passing out. There was no memory of driving the bus on the final leg of its journey, nor did he possess any knowledge of the hooded passenger who had smashed the driver's cabin. Ruby, who was riding the bus at the time, said she had witnessed a passenger sitting next to her, wearing a dark green hooded jacket that even tried to attack her. She had not noticed the passenger get on the bus or even see them sit down next to her. She had just appeared there. She further went on to explain that the hooded passenger had turned to face her and revealed black eyes, a deformed mouth, and a cold, rattly breath. The hooded passenger had touched her, and Ruby had proclaimed it felt like ice. She had said that when the bus had crashed and the driver was knocked out, and the passenger had tried to attack her. She had managed to escape the bus, however, by finding the release button for the doors. The police found no evidence of the passenger. It was as if the hooded figure had vanished without a trace. Police had found 2 words scratched onto the seat reading, "Not yet." Whether this was made by the passenger is a mystery.
If I get chased off a bus by some psycho with black eyes and a fucked up mouth, and the police say they found like writing on the seat that said "not yet," I'm fleeing the country.
Yeah.
And never getting on the bus again. I'm just done. Like, I'm not staying. What? That was always a huge thing, like, back in the day of creepypastas, too, was the black eyes. I mean, it's still kind of a thing. Where it's like, oh, they had deep black eyes, or they had sunken black eyes.
Or their eyes were gone.
It's always like the eyes were gone. What's worse? Black eyes, or I was watching a video and the eyes were hyper realistic. With hyper realistic blood.
Because like I think that would freak me out the most.
No, I mean how the old creepypastas would always do. It was hyper realistic eyes.
I don't know.
Do you remember those?
Maybe.
Hyper-realistic is worse, because what does that even mean?
Arizona.
His bangs covered his eyes. Oh, Arizona!
Peak horror. Arizona.
Peak horror.
If there is a horror story, and the title is just the name of one state, what state are you choosing?
New York.
For me, I think it's Iowa.
What did Iowa do?
They know what they did.
Old Mexico.
Oh shit, not Arizona. I can't go back.
No.
Look, chat,
Florida,
you can't do it without
Arkansas.
You can't do it with Ohio, because Ohio's become a meme. So now if you did it, people would just like, oh god, it's a fucking meme.
California. Yeah. Probably California.
Mercenary for 5. The only reason they want to go down there is they want to breed with the monster. They think they can fix them.
I mean, you can try.
True.
A couple spends the day traveling the road to visit some friends when they decide to enter a gas station in Arizona. The gas station appears old, abandoned.
So they got this footage in the background, which I think this is the first time in a hot minute they've used real footage. And this is from those like urban explorer people. Would that not like freak you out going into these like abandoned places in the middle of fuck off nowhere?
Probably.
Like there's so much stuff that could be in there. There's like animals, crazy
there's
crackheads.
Probably like some guy in there. Yeah, there's like probably needles everywhere and like some crazy guys.
Criminal activity, like there's so much go wrong. And ignoring all of that, there's definitely a ghost or a demon in there.
Asbestos, especially.
Asbestos and lead pipes. And lead paint. Florida would be funny because when the POV character reports a monster, the police would be like, "We're too busy tonight to deal with your monster. You're just gonna have to go get a gun."
Just get a gun. Pew pew pew.
I don't know. I feel like in Florida, if you called to report a monster, it'd be like, "Yeah, you and everybody else, buddy."
Yeah.
Take some bath salts; it'll go away. I'm pretty sure there are no monsters in Florida because the Florida man is the monster.
True. Quite the anomaly.
And eerie. The girl fills up the car while the guy enters the abandoned shop. He hears a wailing noise in the basement
like a sneeze.
and decides to investigate. He discovers that the basement is flooded, and upon closer inspection finds a huddled figure as dark as a shadow. When he touches the shoulder of the figure, it spins around and reveals a demonic face before charging at him. He quickly escapes the building and dashes for the car. They both escape, and he retells his horrifying experience. He quickly comes to realize that she has also seen two figures. A small girl with a horrifying smile, and a father with staring eyes and a wide jaw. The couple, getting wary, decide to park for the night near an abandoned campsite. Just as they are about to sleep, they spot the humanoid girl. They quickly drive off and notice the same gas station they had just passed earlier. But this time, all the lights were on, and the door was sliding open. Further and further they drove, with entities following them. They eventually reach their house and barricade themselves in, ignoring the voices and bangs from around them. Every new noise they hear in the house, they barricade the room. Every time they contacted help, they were just greeted to whispering on the other end. As the figures loom in the window, the story ends with the couples wondering if they would ever escape the horror.
What are your thoughts on that one, Dama?
That was probably just a guy on crack.
A couple guys on crack.
A couple guys on crack.
At the end there, did you recognize that video that was in the background?
I think was that from the horror movies we watched like 2 days ago? No, not 2 days ago.
No, that is I want to see if I can find it.
Jason and Leatherface are just misunderstood Florida men. They're just having a bad trip.
I want to see. Okay, I think I found it. Would you like to watch it really quick, Dabo?
Sure.
This is an old horror video.
Oh no. Stop breathing into the camera. Wood chan. You with the hands from the ceiling? You guys are freaks.
That's some old horror shit.
Bratty hands need correction. Chat, do not the hands.
What's
You
wrong
don't know
with
where
you,
those
chat?
have been. You don't know where those have been.
Scary tree. It does kind of look like a tree. I think this guy just needed a hand.
Hands are hands. Chat. Bad chat.
Thumps.
So dumb.
No way, Thumps.
What are your thoughts on the name?
Who are we thumping? What are we thumping?
Do we need to thump?
Do I need to thump?
Thumps is a creepy story which details a man and a woman both waking up in a small bare
No
room
way!
together. They're both confused as to what's happening, but then they begin hearing these thumps in a room. The man begins to have violent images flash through his mind, and overcome with the flashes, they both pass out. However, when they wake up, they find food waiting for them. This cycle keeps on continuing and continuing, and the relationship between the man and the woman progresses to the point of them becoming lovers. The thumps and the flashes intensify, and they both welcome the noises and the flashes almost like an addiction to them. The flashes decrease, and they both begin to go on the edge. His lover commits suicide, and he is left alone. Without the noises and the thumps, he begins to act insane and falls unconscious. He eventually wakes up, but not in the usual place. The story ends with the man being found outside, running towards town.
So, I have not read that story, but I have heard a different synopsis of it. And
Yeah.
supposedly the Thumps are trying to teach them to be serial killers. It's trying to convince them that they need like violent imagery in order to function. Except the lady can't take it. The guy eventually goes outside, and they just say like, "Oh, he was running towards town." The impression the story tries to give is that he is running towards town to start killing people, so he would get that like dopamine release that he was getting in the room.
That's crazy. I thought that like he was like falling in love or something.
Well, no, she killed herself. They already fell
Yeah,
in
but
love.
like before, yeah.
She was a bitch, so. Never simp for a woman, chat. You'll become a serial killer.
Wow.
Stay in bed.
Okay. Okay.
This is
I
one of
almost
those.
did.
This is one of those stories your parents told you to get you to like not get up at night.
Yeah, to not get up.
So, little Jimmy, this is why you should always stay in bed at night.
You have to hold in your pee.
Forced out of his regular hotel by an influx of attendees.
Another
to a
average
car
New
show,
York
the
story.
narrator booked a room at the Stay-In in a rural area around the Nevada-Arizona border, about 20 miles south of Las Vegas. Nothing was really amiss when the cheerful clerk checked him in and gave him his room key, She warned him that he must stay in bed after midnight. Chuckling, the narrator agreed. The room was described as shabby, with old-fashioned electronics. He had witnessed some sort of figure on the static TV screen walking towards him. After unplugging the set and making sure the TV faced the wall, he went to sleep. He was awoken late into the night by disturbing groaning sounds coming from the outside. Ignoring the warning from the clerk, he decided to investigate. Looking through the peephole of his room, he saw a young woman, clearly in some kind of trouble, in the parking lot beyond. When he tried to open the door jammed. When he looked through again, he saw nothing but red. The door had banged, but there was no one on the other side. Returning to the lobby, he met the same clerk, but she was no longer cheerful. She warned him that the curfew was out of necessity and that he must stay in bed. She explained that the motel is still haunted by the terrifying ghost of a murdered victim who roams the premises after midnight and drags away anyone who sees it into the lake. A newspaper clipping in the lobby offers the narrator another glimpse into the true nature of the stay-in. A fourth killing is reported, and it's only then that he realizes the legs of the cheerful clerk are not entirely where they should be.
Oh no.
That one, like the full story, actually isn't too bad. The only part that doesn't make sense to me, right, is in the story when he looks through the peephole, it's implied later that it was the eyes. It was completely red because the red eyes were looking through the peephole back at him. But he never comments on like the desk clerk having red eyes. Like it never comes up. And red eyes are kind of something you would notice, you know? Like
no, you just slipped my mind.
Like people just don't have those. That's the only part of the story I don't like. Because it's like you're telling me this dude didn't notice that the clerk had like had these bright red like vampire eyes. I don't believe it. You took me out of the story with that one, chat. Just a normal vampire with red eyes. It is a half decent like scary ending to it, I think. Although it's you can kind of see it like a mile away in the full story because it's like obviously building to it.
Doors.
Doors.
You know what's funny is this one has taken on a completely different meaning now because now there's a popular Roblox game called Doors.
Oh boy.
Which I have seen it before, but I don't play Roblox because I'm an adult. No offense to anybody that does. I think I have another one.
The band? I don't think it's the band.
I'm sorry. I got so many sneezes lately. I probably one year need to go to the doctor and see about if I have allergies.
Probably.
Doors tells a story about a narrator who was adopted into a loving family. His mother was kind and would let him watch TV with her, and his father was strict and would often discipline him, such as the restroom incident. No matter what the narrator did, it seemed that the father would always favor their own child more. His sibling was really young, and when he was adopted, they got along very well together. In fact, they became best friends.
They became besties?
Because of the lack of bedrooms, he would have to sleep in the same room as her, but on the floor. One night, he realizes a killer has broken into the house. The narrator is clearly terrified of the ordeal and is a witness to the gruesome murders that unfold. The killer does not seem to be startled by him, and he grins with a yellow toothy smile. As the killer wanders the place with a razor, he takes a hold one of the family members that mean oh so much to him and disappears behind a door. As the narrator makes as much noise as possible to try and alert everyone for help, he realizes that he can't give chase. Sadly, he starts whimpering, only to look down at his own paws.
Was he a dog?
He's a dog.
No.
The story is told from the perspective of you're thinking it's like a family that's treating their one kid like really shitty for some reason. But everything kind of makes sense. Like, he's punished for the bathroom incident because he's a dog. He, like, peed on the carpet. He sleeps on the floor because, again, he's a dog. They just kind of give him a doggy bed.
That's crazy.
Yeah, and then at the end of the story, he has to watch his family die because he's a pupper. He can't open doors. He has paws.
Templar.
What?
Someone in chat said that it was Templar.
I like Doors. Doors was fine.
Happy Sun Daycare.
Are you sending your kid to a place called Happy Sun Daycare?
No!
Like, if you're gonna...
I won't do that at all.
If you're gonna make a daycare place, just name it, like, City State Daycare, you know?
Yeah.
Like, New York Daycare. Something, like, simple.
New York Daycare.
Like, as soon as you're doing some shit like Happy Sun Daycare, I'm like, okay, somebody's dying here.
Definitely.
Happy Sun Daycare centers around a daycare which had been abandoned for several years. When a reporter from an online news blog decides to interview former employees and students that attended Happy Sun Daycare, he soon discovers some very dark secrets about it. One of the discoveries was children screaming from seeing things, and bites and scratches appearing on their arms and legs. It was thought to be a stray canine, but caretakers had claimed that no pets were allowed in the vicinity, and that traps were set around the building to prevent wildlife from entering. It was later revealed that misbehaved children were sent to the Grey Door. This room contained a giant ugly dog which would attack and viciously harm the children that were sent there. Children had reported coming out of the room scared, scratched, bitten, and being violently ill. One staff member was a janitor that had managed to get a job at this daycare because his aunt was in charge of one of the head offices. The janitor had explained that he had some form of narcolepsy since he was a teenager and a history of sleepwalking as well. Doctors couldn't figure out what was causing his condition, but they couldn't find any other adverse health effects linked to it either. It was reported that his aunt would mix him a special herbal tea for him that would help keep his narcolepsy in check. He stated that the children were generally nice to him, but the employees sensed uneasiness around him. They seemed extremely cautious around him. When asked about any dogs or animals in the building, he pointed out that animals were never allowed in the premises because of allergies. Strangely, he pointed out that he would waken in the grey room when he neglected to take his tea. He wasn't sure if anybody had simply moved him there so he could sleep without being in anyone's way, or if he had been sleepwalking again. In his opinion, the janitor thought that the dog was simply a carrier wearing a costume, terrorizing any children sent into the room as a means of instilling fear of punishment into their minds.
Janitor did it, Dama. It was the
was
janitor.
biting the children!
On this one, I had to read the full story one day because I was so confused by the line, like, the children were generally nice to him. Because, like, but why? Because he's the dog. Like, he doesn't know he's the dog, but he is the dog, so why are the kids, like, nice to him? And I was...
Yeah.
The only thing I could come up with is that I guess the kids are so scared of him that they're afraid of being mean to him, I guess.
Yeah.
But I would think he would be like, oh, you know, the kids were generally a little scared of me, but they were at least nice. But no, it's just like, oh, the kids are nice to him.
Janitor was a nibbler. Happy Sun Daycare sounds like a place where PDF files work. Probably.
Through the trees.
Through the trees.
What do you think of the trees?
I don't know, but we're about to go through. We're about to go through.
September 15th, 1983, a famous tale was told about a mysterious creature called the Seed Eater. It was described as a bird-human creature that roams forests, stalking children and abducting them to be part of the legend. The man explained that he saw the creature in front of his yard, Around the same time, 2 weeks later, he heard
Oh
tapping
no,
on
the
his
seed
window.
eater. Oh no.
The seed eater had apparently spoken to the man, asking for children to devour. Once its wish was granted, the seed eater eventually ate him. The seed eater is believed to force men to kill and store children for it to eat, and will eventually eat them. As it states, the children aren't doing the trick anymore. The seed eater is found in many places across the world, like China, New York, Turkey, and New Jersey. The creature goes on a hunt
how China
every
was
few
first.
years. If anyone interferes with the hunt, the seed eater will attack them too. It sometimes, although extremely rarely, will attack adults as well.
Do not the plant. I don't want them. I don't want those plants.
Are you scared of the seed eater, Dama?
Chat was saying that I am the seed.
Dama's coming to eat your seed, chat.
No.
It's what you get for being a little succubus.
Me. What? I'm not.
That's what your chat seems to think.
Yeah, well, chat's wrong. They're wrong on the daily.
Run, Mizu. He wants to eat your seed.
Don't eat my seed, Tom.
Seed eater is definitely one of those that would fit like right into like a porno.
Yeah. Or it could be a great stripper name.
Sasha Seed Eater.
Sasha Seed Eater. Come on now.
Or it could be like a title. Could be Seed Eater Sapphire.
Yeah.
At that point, though, you kind of sound like a Dark Souls boss.
Yeah.
Great Seed Eater Sapphire.
Satellite images. Google.
I like how on this one they used a different font for it.
Yeah.
I don't know why.
I don't know why they did that.
Everyone else has had like the creepy bloody font, and Satellite Images is like whatever this is. Have you ever heard of Satellite Images, the creepypasta?
I have not.
I have heard this one a couple times. It comes up every once in a while on the YouTube recommended.
Google Earth and Google Street View reveals some incredible things. It's been uncovering a new dimension of reality since it came online. One user had experienced the world through browsing Google Maps, visiting places such as London, Paris, Japan, and going on virtual tours. But then, he began spotting something in particular. A brown-haired woman with a gray bag and red sneakers. He sees her in Tokyo first, then in Paris, then Berlin. On another day, he sees the mysterious woman again in Sydney, Zurich, and Hong Kong. Each time he visits different places in the world and reverts back, she appears to be doing something different.
Oh god, a
From
brown hair
standing up,
woman.
to sitting on a bench, to petting a cat, to staring at the camera from a balcony. He couldn't find much information on the woman, other than her attire, as the faces on Google Maps are blurred. Panicking now, he visits his hometown, and worryingly, she is seen standing in the park, looking at the camera. Terrified by the strange, seemingly ever-present woman, he exits out of Google Maps altogether, vowing never to use the tool again. That's when a knock at his door comes, and the security camera feed shows a woman with a gray bag and red sneakers staring directly at the camera with a blurred face.
What? Are you spooked?
Nope.
That one didn't get you.
No. It's fucking Google Images.
The Woman in the Oven. During the summer of 1983, in a quiet town near Minneapolis,
Oh, welcome to the puddle, Culzer. Did you follow on Twitch? Ba-ba-ba-ba. Yeah. Also, thank you earlier, Asphyxia Bunny. That's Dama's stage name.
That's not me. That is so not me.
I don't know, I could see that being your stage name.
Then why would it be my stage name?
You could be right up next to, fucking Seed Eater Sapphire. Asphyxia Bunny.
Asphyxia Bunny.
Minnesota. The charred body of a woman was found inside the kitchen stove.
I thought she was the
of a
throat
small
coat.
farmhouse.
No!
The video camera was also found in the kitchen, standing on a tripod, pointing at the oven. No tape was found inside of the camera at the time. Although the scene was originally labeled a homicide by police, an unmarked VHS tape was later discovered at the bottom of the farm's well, which had apparently dried up earlier that year. It showed the woman coming into the shot, setting the oven, climbing inside, and then closing the door after herself. After some time, violent banging and shrieking happens inside the oven, and smoke begins to emerge. But analysis of the woman in the video and the woman discovered in the oven concludes that they are two completely different people.
No way!
Anomaly. The narrator of Anomaly.
Does Anomaly ring any bells for you?
No.
This is another one. I think the name is just too generic, honestly. Because a lot of these, it's gonna like bring up thoughts of, like, just the name itself in general.
Anytime I see the word anomaly, I think of what was that video series called? Mandela Catalog.
Oh yeah, I only know that series from Wendigoon. I'm not gonna lie. I'm not gonna be like, oh yeah, I remember everything about it. No, I've only watched it from Wendigoon.
I watched the entire series.
Fair.
Is an average guy working at a small publishing company, holding down an office job that's likable enough. The projects he gets are pretty normal, turning out the sorts of books that people buy for gifts and coffee tables. That's until he gets a pitch from someone with a series of photos he wants compiled into a rather non-traditional volume. All of the photos are anomalies, showing something otherworldly or unexplained. The photos are so valuable, in fact, that rather than sending them all to be processed, the client insists on sending them one at a time. When one comes back, he sends the next. When he gets a better offer from someone wanting to buy all the photos, the publishing project is terminated. Lawyers get involved, copies are seized, and most of the photos are wiped from their computers, with the exception of a few, which the narrator explains, has to be seen to believe. The photographs in their stories are chilling. There's a blurry photo of children, taken before a 1908 fire that killed them all. There's a hooded figure with a snarling dog on a leash, and a photo that was recovered from a man's camera after his mysterious disappearance. A possible image of the Axeman of New Orleans, evidence of the cave-dwelling cryptids, a photo of a Danish family later killed in a terrible accident, and more. There are 14 photos in all, and it's not immediately obvious what's out of the ordinary, which makes Anomaly all the more creepy.
So this one doesn't do so well with the story aspect, because there actually are just a huge collection of photos to look at for it.
Yeah.
But they're also one of those things where, like, I don't understand the point of the story part at all. Because there actually is, like, this, like, lead-up story to it. And it's like, okay, but the photos are the cool part. Like, the lead-up story is just like, oh, he wanted a better deal, so he was, like, shopping it around, da-da-da-da. Like, okay, well, I don't really care about that. I care about the creepy pictures. And for the time, it was kind of a big deal. because it was one of the first like things to actually do creepy photos. I mean, now it's a lot more common and everybody's seen like 8 billion creepy photos. It's not that special anymore.
Yeah.
But back then, huge.
Huge.
The keyhole. This legend involves...
Are you... When you think about the name...
We're talking about actual keyhole, right?
Involves a man who checked into a hotel for a few nights. After he obtained his room key, the woman at the front desk warned him that there was a door with no number on the way to his room. She explained that the locked room was used for storage, and she also warned him not to go into the room, or even look inside. The man, although intrigued,
The glorious
went
keyhole.
straight to his room without asking any more questions. But by the second night, his curiosity had got the better of him. He tried turning the doorknob, but found it to be locked, just as the woman had claimed. Not to be deterred easily, the man proceeded to peep through the keyhole. Beyond the door was what looked like a normal hotel room, exactly like his own. However, in the corner stood a very pale woman, with her head resting against the wall opposite the door. On the third day, the man decided to look through the keyhole again. This time, all he saw was the color red. Nothing else, just a constant, deep shade of red. Maybe the woman had suspected that someone was spying on her and had blocked it with something. The man decided that he would ask the woman at the front desk. She asked if the man had looked through the keyhole. After he had confirmed that he had, the woman proceeded to tell him the whole story. Many years ago, she said, a man had murdered his wife in that very room, and her ghost now haunts it. Her ghost is said to be very pale, except for her eyes, which are bloodshot red.
Spooky.
Woo! Woo!
Her eyes were bloodshot, Dama. You don't understand.
That's so scary. What next? Is she gonna cry tears of blood?
The same twist as the first story. It sort of is. The twist in the first story is that the guy gets dragged out by the monster. I actually don't know which one of these came first, honestly.
Weed wife.
Tower of Silence. A Tower of Silence is a circular raised structure used by Zoroastrians for exposure of the dead.
By the way,
Good for him.
I looked this up when I heard this story the first time. As far as I can tell, these things are real. And there is a religion called Zoroastrianism, where what they would do is they would build, like, this is an actual picture of one of them. It's a Tower of Silence. And it's hard to tell, but it's like sloped downward into the hole. And what you'd basically do is you'd lay down your dead body in the hole, and you would slice them open on their veins so the blood would leak into the hole.
Why?
I don't know. This is just what they did with their dead bodies.
They're strange as hell.
Yeah. So Zoroastrianism is a real thing. This is not like something they made up for the story. The story itself is obviously made up. But this is a real religion that actually did this. Which, granted, not the weirdest thing to do with your dead bodies. I just don't fully understand the purpose behind it.
Particularly the scavenging birds for the purposes of excarnation. Zoroastrian exposure of the dead is first attested in the mid-5th century BCE histories of Herodotus, but the use of towers is first documented in the early 9th century. On the 19th of January 2003, Indian officials ventured into a deep jungle in a hunt for missing people from a local village. They instead found a tower of silence with bodies next to them. None of the bodies were identified or linked to the missing people, and no animals were found near them, just maggots and flies. Only one photograph was found to be taken of the incident. There was no official count of the bodies, and little work was actually accomplished at the site because the officials felt uneasy and nauseous about the whole situation. The deep pit in the center was filled with several feet of blood, far more than the bodies on the outside could ever supply. The expedition ended when a villager accidentally kicked a small bone into the pit, which then erupted, showering everyone, including the cameraman, in blood from the pit. Those that were caught in the explosion were immediately sent to the hospital and quarantined for possible infections. Reports say they became delirious with fever, shouting about being tainted with the blood of Ahriman, which is the personification of evil in Zoroastrianism. As the fever got worse, the patients began attacking the hospital staff until they were all sedated. All patients had later died from their illness. When officials returned with hazmat suits the following day, the site was empty. The bodies had been removed, and the pool of blood in the pit had been drained. All that remained was this photograph.
Look at this photograph.
Every time I do, it makes me laugh.
Makes me laugh.
But yeah, no, honestly, the most interesting part of that story for me was learning about Zoroastrianism and like the little, what do you call it? The little deep dive I went on it after hearing that story.
I too would also go on a deep dive.
Because it was so weird to learn about. It's like, this was a religion? People did this? For what purpose?
People did that?
We were just shoving people in holes? That was a good movie. Starred Shia LaBeouf.
Holes? Yeah, I watch Holes, yeah. It was good.
You seem like somebody that would watch Holes.
I read the book!
Sure. Keep telling yourself that.
I read the book!
Well, you are
Isn't
a woman,
it also
so.
one of the oldest religions ever? Probably.
Somebody said it was one of the oldest religions ever.
They were asking if it was.
It is, from what I remember from my research, it is very old. I don't know, like, how it compares next to other religions. But I do know it's an old as shit religion.
Annabelle. Annabelle was the focus of a case that paranormal investigators Ed and Lorraine Warren took part in during the early 1970s. It's been stated that this is one of the most unusual cases of a possessed object, along with Robert the Doll. In 1970, a mother purchased an antique Raggedy Ann doll from a hobby store. The doll was a present for her daughter Donna on her birthday. Donna at the time was a student in college, preparing to graduate with her nursing degree, and resided in a tiny apartment with her roommate Angie. who was also a nurse. Pleased with the doll, Donna had placed it on her bed as a decoration and didn't give it a second thought until a few days later. Initial signs showed that something was amiss. From time to time, Donna would notice that the toy seemed to have changed position slightly, but simply attributed it to a jostling of the bed or something equally mundane. As the weeks passed, however, the doll's erratic movements became more troubling, and both Donna and Angie became genuinely alarmed when they returned home to find the Raggedy Ann doll standing upright and leaning against a chair in the dining room. At times, Donna would leave the doll on the bed only to find that it had mysteriously migrated to the living room and was now sitting on the couch with its arms and legs crossed. In other instances, Donna would leave the doll on the couch only to return home to discover it was now in her bedroom with the door closed. This is a thrilling tale and a long one, but we don't want to spoil it, so we urge you to read this one for yourself. Let's just say that Annabelle can be found at the Warren Occult Museum in Moodus, Connecticut. Annabelle is reported to still move about occasionally and is known to make growling noises at unsuspecting visitors. The 2011 film The Conjuring brought new interest to the Annabelle doll case, and the success of that film eventually led to the 2014 spin-off film, Annabelle. Go see it. It's terrible.
Don't see it, it's terrible.
I love that part. Mercenary Siamizu going to Salty Cracker for his scream?
Who's the Salty Cracker?
Have fun. I think they're saying they're going to Salty Cracker stream. Enjoy it. Just looked, it's kind of old, 600 BC, but not even close to the oldest religion. Fair, fair. Oh shit, what happened? Why did I just get small?
What happened?
It just like shrunk me for no reason.
You've been shrunk.
Oh, now I'm frozen.
Oh, you are frozen.
I know what happened.
Did you lose tracking?
I did.
I saw Annabelle doll at Anime NYC a couple years back. I never seen Annabelle.
They took it out of a fake one? Oh no, because Annabelle was the movie. I forgot, yeah.
Now's your chance to bully me. He already bullies me.
We bully each other, chat. It's mainly
him, though.
It's a very consensual bullying relationship. At least I think it is.
It's mainly him.
Well. Dom is just immediately throwing me under the bus. What a bitch.
What? Nuh-uh.
You know you are.
Nuh-uh.
But yeah, not too much going on with that one, to be honest. It's mostly just, by the way, don't make fun of Robert the Doll. Apparently everyone that makes fun of Robert the Doll, like, gets in a terrible accident. Unironically, apparently the doll was made by, like, a Jamaican witchcraft lady for a child that she was babysitting back when, like, slavery was a thing.
Oh, no.
And the kid loved the doll. But apparently a lot of weird shit happened around the doll, and they eventually put it in a museum. And every time somebody in the museum makes fun of the doll, upon leaving the museum on their way home, they immediately get in a car wreck. Like, every single time.
Wow.
Also, smaller bad things can happen to you if you don't ask Robert's permission before you take a picture of him. Not like car wreck bad, but like bad.
I feel like I should test my luck.
Dama, no.
I should test my luck.
Dama, don't do it.
I should do it.
You're not allowed to do it. It's bad for you.
I should try. I gotta try.
Liars.
I
Liar!
have a feeling you're gonna like this one from like a funny perspective.
Oh no. Liar!
This one is peak like edgy kid wrote his first story.
Oh, I
There
can't
was
wait.
once a guy named Jimmy who lived in a local neighborhood. He got bullied often for being confident and humorous. He would get into a lot of trouble because he would say things that would be considered over the line. Jimmy had told a cruel joke to another high school student called Brett, who had retaliated by cornering him in the science room. Brett was with his other friends too, and they had stolen some formic acid from the store cupboard and threw it in Jimmy's face. Jimmy, in agony, was finally attended to by paramedics. Brett and his friends were questioned about the incident by the principal, and they had refused the attack, stating that Jimmy was seen in the room himself, meddling with the acid. When he was discharged sometime later, he would not respond to anyone with anything other than the word liars.
Liars!
His social life gone, unable to smile or even crack a joke anymore, he secluded himself in his room and began planning. Sick, vindictive thoughts started appearing in his mind. He would get them all, one by one. Brett had received a VHS package in the mail. When he viewed it, he saw his friends mangled, beaten, and injured, with the words liars written on their backs. One was tied to a chair. As the camera cuts out, it restarts again, and they're shown walking in the cold outside of the woods, and Jimmy appears and growls liars before the tape ends. Brett, who is clearly terrified, tries to run out of the house, but is immediately knocked down. Jimmy is standing over him and pours acid on his face.
What are your thoughts?
Liars!
Liars.
Liars!
I like the right at the start there. Jimmy was bullied because he was funny and confident.
Jimmy was bullied because he was a good guy, but then he just turned into a murderer.
Really OC do not steal at the start there. He just runs around like growling liars.
Liars!
Liars.
Liars!
Oh, I love it. It's you can't take it seriously.
Jimmy was bullied because he made a laugh.
Barbie.avi.
Barbie.avi? Okay.
Did this ring any bells to you?
No, but it already sounds so stupid.
I think it will after a minute, because Barbie.avi is actually extremely famous.
Oh no.
Barbie.avi is a story that first surfaced on 4chan's X board. On August 9th, 2009, a man had reported that he found a discarded computer tower in his dumpster. He said that he had searched the hard drive only to find a file called Barbie.avi. The video was a woman apparently being interviewed, but was inaudible because of static. It seemed that the woman was being verbally abused, with skin being the only word the man thought he could read from her lips. After 40 minutes of watching, he was convinced that something horrible may have happened to her. One of the last stills of the video showed an abandoned house near some railroad tracks, which was incidentally located a few miles away from his own house. He gathered a friend, and they both went to investigate. They said that they couldn't find any trace of the woman inside of the building, but they did find water running in the decrepit house. When they heard a moan, they both fled the vicinity. Police officers went to investigate, but there were no signs of running water, and no noises at all were reported.
Do you not remember Barbie.avi at all?
No.
It was a very famous one at the time. But understandable, honestly. Considering it wasn't particularly good.
I thought there was going to be more of a twist.
Oh no, there's no twist. It was just a 4chan, like, creepypasta based off a video.
Laughing Jack. Laughing Jack is what is known as a clown known for being murderous. His preferred method of killing
a
is
clown!
slicing open the stomach of said victim, removing the innards, and stuffing the body with candy. Before he kills his victim,
Like a
he
piñata.
becomes imaginary friends with them. The child is then comfortable with Laughing Jack coming into the
Still
room
better than
and
the
will
Barbie
suspect
movie.
nothing when he murders them. In the original creepypasta of Laughing Jack, it is said that after the parents discover their son is murdered, they accidentally stab the child in the heart in an attempt to stab Laughing Jack. When the authorities arrive, it looks like the parent had murdered the boy themselves. The parent was charged with insanity and was sent to a mental institution. There was never an explanation for what happened to Laughing Jack, so we can only imagine that he is still at large. Since Laughing Jack is some sort of supernatural entity or semi-divinity, he is able to make use of magic, able to animate children's toys in their room and control parallel worlds similar to an abandoned circus.
What do you think about Laughing Jack?
He's not so funny. He's not so funny anymore.
He's gonna steal your kidney and replace it with candy.
You're gonna become a human piñata.
Talk about diabetes.
How about diabetes?
Faulty wiring.
That's Ryan's house. I'm sorry, Ryan. I had to.
He's gonna beat you up.
He can. I'm fine with it.
A strange case was told where an individual had believed his residence to be haunted. He complained about his electrical
Just a prank
devices,
about
such as
the
the fridge,
prank in question.
washing machine rattling and making violent noises more than usual. There were never any complaints or incidents reported at the apartment, and it was thought the noises were just his old appliances. He had explained that he frequently heard noises such as scratching on the walls, thumps in the night, but there was one instance where the power had cut. He went to seek help from the maintenance office, complaining about the power outage and whether he knew of any missing belongings. They both ventured into his apartment and discovered a spy camera behind his air conditioning unit. Wire and cables would branch off to move more tiny cameras, hidden in vents, one even wired into the eye of one of his pictures. The engineer had dug his way through the wall to the source of the cables. A few weeks had passed, and the man received a box at his mother's doorstep. It was unlabeled, but it had contained everything that was missing from his apartment. It also contained a dirty, ripped piece of paper with a message, "I like your new place much better."
That would unironically be horrifying.
Imagine you have a little note just left on your countertop that says, "Hey, I'm in your walls. Anyway, can you get some more milk, please?"
Then you freak out, move house, and in your new place you find another note that says, "These walls are much more spacious. Thanks for the move." It's like, what do you even do at that point? You just give up?
I leave the country.
Yeah, that's all I could really think of.
Or set up cameras.
What are the cameras gonna do? Your house is already filled with them.
Put cameras in the walls.
There's already cameras in the walls. Ask for rent at least.
Yeah, true. Just ask for rent.
Leave a note inside the wall, like shove it through it, and it just says something like, "If you're gonna be here, you're gonna have to start paying rent."
Yeah. Live in the woods.
Oh, also, real quick, would you mind talking to everybody while I go pee-pee?
Sure.
No, I knocked it over again. It's gonna freak out.
Lol.
My my webcam like broke. Not like broke, but the clip on it is like loose now, so it won't hook onto my computer.
Duct tape that bitch.
I probably should. I'll be right back, chat.
Okay.
Alright.
So how we doing, Chance? Do a little check-in. How we doing? Got some water, snacks. Head hurt? Felt. I feel that. I feel really sleepy. Donuts and coffee? Fuck! I wish I had donuts and coffee. Made a sandwich? Ooh, that sounds nice. I'm so spooked, I pooped myself. That's crazy. I hope you wash your hands. Still at work? Unfortunate. I wish you luck. Not always EP. I just didn't sleep long enough. Eating pizza? I could go for some pizza. What kind? What toppings you got? Been spooked? Not really. I feel like I've become more desensitized to like hearing creepy stuff because I'm into true crime. I've heard
I'm back,
a lot
chat.
of worse things. Welcome back.
What are we talking about?
Pepperoni?
Desensitized to creepy stuff?
I was doing a check-in with chat, asking how they were.
Or they actually
So-
like think some of these are creepy?
No, they asked if I've been spooked yet, so I said no because I'm into true crime and I've heard worse.
Yeah, chat. There are real people like this in the world, not just fake ones.
The real scary people are the ones in real life.
Oh, so I kind of wanted to say this because I got a boop on my phone, and somebody left a comment on one of my YouTube videos. And this guy leaves a comment on my videos every so often. He like keeps coming back to view them, and he always says, "No new upload after X amount of time from whenever that last video was posted. Bro fell off." he keeps doing it, and he did it while we're streaming. So he went to look at my YouTube page, saw that big red like thing around my name that says live, and just ignored it and still posted no new content for like it says no new videos for 2 months. Bro fell way off. I just like the idea that this guy keeps coming back to my channel to check if I've made a new video, and is just completely ignoring the fact I'm a live streamer.
Yeah.
If he just clicked over like 2 sections on YouTube, he would see there's a new video like every other day.
A professional hater. Quite literally a professional hater. Checks back every so often. Oh, well, you haven't made a video on a video sharing platform. You fell off.
What's funny is he wouldn't have been able to say that if I had went ahead and uploaded it, because I actually have 2 videos on unlisted right now that are just trimmed down versions of the stream from the other day.
Yeah.
Because I wanted people to have like not have to watch through the whole video for it. Must be doing something right to have a hater. I have multiple haters. I have people that send me death threats on Twitter. On the regular. I don't care, so they never really go anywhere. This one I just thought was funny because he said it while we're streaming.
While we're live.
Prisoner 959. Prisoner 959 was an inmate that was found locked in a steel cylinder in a prison in Hamtramck, Detroit. He was
Wait, I've heard this one a couple times. What is that fucking name they say?
959. Prisoner 959 was an inmate that was found locked in a steel cylinder in a prison in Hamtramck, Detroit. He was locked
That is not a place. Do you hear that, Dama?
No.
It is. What?
It is?
It's so he's not saying it right. Because he says in Hamtramck, Detroit. It is in Michigan, which Detroit is in Michigan, but that's two separate things, I think. No, there it is. It's an enclave of Detroit. What does that mean? Because it's a city, and isn't Detroit a city? How can you have a city within a city? That just seems weird to me.
It's a city in a city.
But yeah, that's how it's spelled. Hamtramck.
Hamtramck.
I want to know how you are supposed to say that. Because he says Hamtramck, which I get why he does, because if you didn't, it would look even weirder. How do you think you're supposed to say it, Dama?
I don't know, besides Hamtramck. No, maybe Hamtra. Wait, no.
Exactly. Like, what do you say, MCK?
Hamtramck?
Well, now we're getting a little French in here. Let's pull it back. As a side note, I think I've learned 2 languages that the accent is sexy, the language is not. One is French, because French girls speaking English actually sound really hot, but when they're speaking French, it sounds like they're trying to hawk up a loogie.
Yeah.
And Chinese. And I think it's because
True.
Chinese is too wordy and too, like, stiff.
Yeah.
But Chinese accent's really cute. But the actual, like, language itself, it's like, I feel like to say hi, you just wrote an essay. Instead of just saying hi.
It's pronounced porcabus.
What possesses you to make the setting of your horror story Hamtramck, Michigan?
behind a classified steel bar door with 4 strange-looking locks on it. He has over 103 confirmed murders, although he potentially had claimed over 170. He had killed many known criminals, 2 police officers, and when he was caught, he was in the act of flaying a fully conscious man alive. It took 6 tasers just to take him down. He was also responsible for 12 more murders.
I'm sorry, 6 tasers?
And 2 murdered inmates inside the prison. In 2010, there was a
wish we saw that many tasers when we watched True Crime.
Extraordinary survival story. He had suspicions of the locked door for some time, and during the riot, he found a very odd-shaped key with a clear warning label next to it. Immediately, he had run to the restricted door and closed the door behind him. His curiosity got the better of him, though, and he had to awaken prisoner 959 from sleep. In the end, the security guard had freed 959 from his chamber, but only out of survival. 959 said he wouldn't harm him, only those who threatened other human lives. And he was last seen tearing through the prison, killing everyone he could see, including other officers. But prisoner 959 was never heard of ever since. He has disappeared without a trace and has left no signs of his leave. Police investigations are still going, but according to public detail, it's quite possible that the police are covering up their own investigation in order to prevent rioting and
no, they wouldn't do that
in other areas of the country, as well as the city of Detroit.
You know what's funny to me is they say, well, he killed like 130 people is like because it's like an insane number, right? It's like so many people, like 130. But what the first thing I thought of was that there are 2 serial killers that are known to have killed more than that.
Yeah.
Have you ever heard of them?
Probably not by name.
There's one called La Bestia, who is from Colombia, believed to have killed 300 or more people. And,
wow.
And then there's another one called The Monster of the Andes, confirmed to have killed over 110, believed to have also killed more than 300. So I just like that they are like 130 people, such an insane number.
You're so crazy, bro.
And then we have 2 serial killers that have done more than that.
Literally.
You see the pics of the Colombian hit woman? Kinda cute, not gonna lie. I have not.
Room 0.
Do you recall a Room 0, Dama?
I do not.
Not even a little bit?
Nope.
Fair play.
Room 0 was a bomb shelter during the Cold War in the 1960s. It was large enough to hold the average patron number the theme park received daily, and was stocked with enough rations for them. The author was trying to get more information about Disney parks, since he saw something he wasn't supposed to see, and thinks he is being followed. Park workers have said they have seen Mickey Mouse silhouettes everywhere. Secret clubs that allow reckless behavior, and seeing strange people with gas masks that have Disney characters on them.
Oh no.
Room 0 was used once in an attack. Employees were put into the shelter, and many witnessed strange things. Ear-piercing screams were heard in the pitch blackness of the room, yet no one was making any noise. When they went to investigate, no sound was coming from the shelter. A week later, it was decided that the shelter be buried under layers of cement. All the air ducts and generators were removed.
No way!
There is a large number of creepypastas centered around specifically Disney parks and having something creepy and scary underneath Disney.
And then Mickey Mouse came out and blew off all their heads.
And Mickey Mouse came out and ate my ass. Where did that start? In like the horror joke of it came out and he ate my ass.
I don't know.
I think it was Bigfoot.
It came out and ate my ass.
Also, hi Shiroi.
Hi Shiroi.
Mizu got something in his eye. My model eyes have been kind of funky lately. I don't know why.
Did you link your eyes?
I did not. I don't want to.
Why?
Dear Abby.
Do you remember Dear Abby?
It sounds familiar.
I got something Bigfoot related.
Chat, calm down. Down, chat.
It is a story about a man called Jay.
Get the spray bottle.
A girl called Abby. His obsession for love is displayed in a very chilling way. It's told as a series of letters that a grocery store employee writes to Abby. He goes from stealing surveillance tapes of her to spying on her. In one of his letters, he complimented her on her sleeping.
Ew.
And even pondered on why she spent so long in the bathroom. After breaking into her apartment, he begins to count all her hairs on her brush, disposing of all the beauty products, and looking through all the movie collections she has seen. After finding a photograph of her and her boyfriend, he violently snaps and destroys the photos, stating he was the one and only friend she had. He hides under her bed when she enters that night and touches her face while she is sleeping. She awakens to find one of the letters from him on the table. The letter had indicated that Jay had left a gift in the closet. However, what she found in the closet was a scrapbook of photos of her sleeping or on the computer. Other photos were of couples, but the faces were digitally cut out and were replaced with Jay's and hers. The final page showed herself and her boyfriend, though his face was scratched off. She immediately called the police to her residence, and they inspected the apartment and scrapbook. She was told to leave the premise the next day. Jay's final attempt was to kidnap her, and he viciously attacked her before she could drive away. He dragged her to his car unconscious, and they both drove to the rented storage garage. The man calls the owner of the storage unit, and the place is locked. Abby awakens and is terrified of the sight of Jay wielding a knife. She had grabbed hold of it and attacked him repeatedly. As he lays dying, he is comforted to know that whether she kills herself or dies of dehydration, they'd be together in death, in a way they would never had had the chance of being in life.
What's bad is I could see that being an actual series.
I can literally see that happening. That's how crazy people be.
I mean, the first part of the story kind of did happen at one point.
Yeah.
There was a guy that like stalked this girl around, and when he found out she was gonna move, he snuck into her house and killed her. Because he was obsessed with her, and he's like, she could only be with me, she can't leave.
She was supposed to be mine.
That one's scary, because that could be a real person.
Yeah.
Storage Room 6. Police were called to the death of a plumber found at Storage Room 6 of a company which cannot be named. Sebastian Marquis was arrested in conjunction with the murder of the plumber.
I'm telling you, if the company is so top secret it cannot be named, they aren't calling police.
Yeah.
That shit's not happening. You're never gonna hear about it.
Jason Montero was acquitted to a medical hospital a week later and suffered life-threatening injuries. When interviewed, he said that the entity had attacked him. When questioned what the entity was, he had claimed it was a dark humanoid being with 3 white eyes and a large smile. It had tried to drown him in the flooded Storage Room 6, where his colleague Toby Nestrom was also found murdered. Jason further went on to explain that the storage room had a terrible stench and that no lights were on in the vicinity.
Probably because there was a dead body in there.
Probably.
The storage room had a stench. Yeah, I wonder if it was the dead man.
I wonder.
He had also explained that they had discovered crude indentations carved into a metal wall, which he couldn't explain. Nicholas Kreznov had apparently been with the group, but had fled and was unable to comment due to traumatic stress. Jason's laptop had been seized in the investigation, and officials found a video titled 70523-3NT1TY.
Remember when that's how we used to be, like, creepy? We would, like, leet speak the titles of things?
Yeah.
I don't know what the first one is supposed to say, but the last one is obviously supposed to say entity.
A dubious company.
If someone leaves the door unlocked, do they say the entity is breach containment?
Chat, that's so mean. Not every strange creature is me.
Just the weird sexual ones.
Wow!
Asphyxia Ann.
That is not me.
The video showed a face depicting exactly what Jason had described, with text saying, "Hello, Mr. Montero." Whether this was a cruel joke to scare his colleagues or indeed a stalker, The investigation continues.
I've tried to read the original story of that. I still don't get the ending. I just don't get it.
It just sounds confusing.
It is.
Children's playground.
No way!
I feel like that's not what you should title your story.
Children's playground.
It doesn't sound like we're gonna get a horror story. It sounds like we're gonna get a true crime documentary.
Literally. EDP? Oh no, not EDP.
This children's playground had a very odd incident attached to it.
It's fucking EDP.
This playground featured rows of swings, slide, and a snake-like set of tunnels that weaved in and around the playground, providing a maze for the children to lose themselves in. There was even
those
a
were the
functioning
days.
merry-go-round. The story involved 3 kids, and they're each respectively named Michael, Billy, and Tom. One of the games they played was called Murder. This was similar to the game Hide and Go Seek, but the seeker pretended to be a murderer, while the hider
found a
simply
dubious
hide.
object.
The only difference is, in Murder, once you're caught, you have to pretend to get murdered. In the playground, the kids would play this game inside a tunnel system and around it.
I feel like this creepypasta was made around the time where people were trying to like be overly edgy for no reason. Like the kids couldn't just be playing hide and seek; they had to be playing murder.
They were playing murder and serial killer.
Like nothing would take away from the story if the kids were just playing hide and seek.
They were playing murderer and victim.
One day, Tom and Michael were the hiders, and Billy was the seeker. Michael hid in the tunnels and Tom hid near the merry-go-round. Several minutes had passed, and Billy had not come back to look for them.
They had a merry-go-round?
Michael claimed he witnessed something else in the tunnels with him. It was a figure described as a scary, very dirty man with tattered clothing and
A very
scraggly
dirty
beard
man.
with yellowed and black teeth. He claimed that this figure was
How long until the kid's new game is grape? I saw a true crime documentary where it was.
Yeah.
The world is a terrible place.
The world sucks.
was stalking him. Michael, clearly terrified, managed to hide from the man who was too big to move throughout the tunnel system. The police found him much later with his parents waiting outside the maze of tunnels. Billy and Tom's fate were not so lucky.
So the game is a sport? No.
Found brutally murdered and mutilated in a nearby skip, with their skulls cracked and glass found in their backs. It seemed that this homeless man had won their little game.
The homeless man won?
The homeless man got him, Dama.
The homeless man won.
What is the cage thing? I don't... So it's... The B-roll in the background, I think, is at a water park. Based on, like, the slides and stuff. So a lot of the, like, things could be, like, really broken down. They could genuinely be anything. They could have been old stands that the outer shell has fallen off of them. But I'm not 100% sure what it would be. The umbrella thing somebody asked about earlier, I think, is just one of those, like, mushrooms they have in the water parks that spray water off the top of them.
Maybe.
But it could also be like
a structure.
Yeah, it could also be like a climbing wall that's falling apart. Or like one of those little climbing domes that kids play on.
Yeah, or like a little shaded area that just looks weird.
Yeah. I don't know where the B-roll is from, or I'd be able to tell you more.
Knocking.
Knocking.
This could apply to like a billion different stories.
Yeah.
Knocking is a strange phenomenon that happens between household to household.
Yeah, who the fuck knocks on
It's
doors?
reported that it
Just break
happens
in.
to 3% of the population, where an individual will be stalked by humanoid entities, hearing several sounds of knocking on their door, and voices asking to be let into the room.
So, like, I know the only way to describe them is humanoid. Like, for most monsters, the only real way to describe them is humanoid looking. However, I have heard that term so many times, it almost sounds like a fake word at this point.
Yeah.
Like, you didn't say that. You made that up. What's a humanoid?
Skinwalkers.
It's kind of at that point for me where I'm like, is humanoid a real thing? Is that something you just made up?
Not anymore.
One reported case was an individual called Stephen, who grew up with this strange phenomenon. When he would venture into different rooms, he would hear frantic knocking and voices asking for the door to be opened. Several times he would witness outlines of people through his window. He never opened the doors to all the voices, and it was only when he was in his 20s that the knocking was reported as becoming much more violent. One night, the knocking became very violent, and the voices became screams. But then the banging and voices had stopped. He had tried to open the door, but it was locked. It said, when he peeked through the keyhole of the door, his hallway wasn't there, but instead a lone classroom with a small boy. Stephen tried calling for him, but the boy ignored him, saying he was in detention and wasn't allowed. Stephen finally understood. He had met the hell that the knocking people had made.
The knocking people.
Are you spooked?
No.
Not at all, not even a little bit.
Not even a whittle.
So he talked about like the figures in the window, so I have to kind of bring this up because this has been a thing in my family for years. In the house I'm currently staying in. When you walk from the dining room to the den, in the den there are these two small windows on either side of our fireplace. And for some reason, when you walk through the room, it makes it look like there is a person walking past one of the windows in a white shirt. The problem is, like, I would just say it was like glare on the window or whatever. The problem is it doesn't happen every time. And it's not a repeatable phenomenon.
Are you both skinwalkers?
So, like, if you walk through the room and you see the person walk past the window, your first thought is going to be, okay, the conditions are correct for, like, the glare to hit the window properly right now. So you'll go back and you'll walk through the exact same way, but it won't happen again.
Yeah.
It happens intermittently, and nobody can recreate it, but everybody in my family has seen it.
That's wild.
And we're not really sure what it is at this point. Also, I think my next thing crashed because my cooler isn't saying the right information now.
Ruh-roh.
Damn window ghost. Here's the thing that really fucks us up with the window ghost, right, chat? Is everybody in my family just assumes like it's a glare thing. My grandmother, when she lived here, was very ardent that it was her brother. And she would repeatedly like call out specific details in the window ghost. And she said it was the spitting image of her brother every time she saw it.
Oh, that's just a little creepy.
The rest of us would just assume like it's a glare thing, and that maybe she was just like kind of grief stricken that her brother was dead. But she swears it is her brother. She swore it was her brother.
I swear.
And the only part that makes any of us like second guess it is that we've all seen it. And we can't recreate it. Like, no matter how many times you just walk through the room, you can't recreate the specific event that makes it look like a person is walking there.
Yeah.
That is the only haunted thing at my house, is that.
Boothworld Industries.
Does the name ring a bell, Dama?
No.
Oh, you've never been a part of Boothworld?
I don't even know what the fuck that is.
Boothworld Industries is an invite-only club and organization that focuses on...
No wonder I never heard of it. I was never invited.
Repossessing, which is another code name for murder and kidnapping. The organization works
no wonder.
professionally, and members will be invited to the club at seemingly random intervals. The organization will call members and ask them for appointments, and they'll have to say the name of a person they want killed. When they remodel the victims, they will leave a courtesy call of the victim's screens for help. Not much is known about the mysterious organization, except for the fact that the phone number 630-296-7536 is listed on various forums and chat sites. It was founded in 1888 and is a very respected organization in matters of politics. Since its founding year is supposedly 1888, there are rumors that the organization was founded by Jack the Ripper.
Jack the Ripper.
I don't know why it's cut out of the description of the story. I guess it's so if people are curious, they can go like read the stories and get extra information. Part of the story is that we're following from like a specific person who is continually using the service to get back at people he doesn't like. And then at one point he calls to ask about someone, and he's like, by the way, I would like my usual courtesy call. And then the person on the other line says, unfortunately, we won't be able to do that because your remodeling is scheduled for next week.
Damn.
Which that's supposed to be like the climax of the story, is that this asshole that has been abusing this service to get back at like his exes and the people that have wronged him in his life is now going to be a victim of the exact same service he's been abusing.
I mean, what a twist! What a twist!
Shut that damn door.
Mima, is that you?
Dad, damn! Dad, damn! Okay.
No, that's Mima.
Shut that damn door!
You're letting the cold air out.
Letting the cold air out!
I can't imagine people in like a non-southern state have probably never heard that before. Or like a non-hot place. You're letting the cold air out.
Shut that damn door!
You're letting the ghost in, damn.
Shut that damn door puts a weird spin on the eccentricities some older people may have. In this case, after the death of his parents, the narrator is sent to live with his Aunt Louise, who turns out not to be as bad as he thinks, with the exception that she insists that all the doors in her house remain shut at all times, though only one remains locked. The sub-basement. When he manages to unlock that door, he realizes why. In the basement is a door that cannot be closed, and something is in that room, which contains a doorway with no door. Beyond it is complete darkness, with another door at the end. The walls were covered in what can only be described as pulsating flesh. Louise didn't have the strength to cross the room and close the door, so she had closed every other door, hoping the opening and closing of all the doors will alert her when whatever is in that black room finally comes out.
Psychosis. John was a computer programmer who had spent a long time alone in his apartment on a marathon programming session. He was
Protect Coon found Grandma's flesh walls. No. No.
I would not have thought about saying it that way, but yeah, okay.
We found Grandma's walls.
Her flesh walls.
Hooray! Hooray!
Her wet fleshy wall. It's like a hallway too. All kinds of space in there.
There's so much space in there.
Deprived of any direct human contact, he was feeling a little paranoid about putting information on his computer. He began to receive little bits of communication that he attached deep, horrible significance to. He believed a wrong number was evidence. Something was collecting data from him.
To be fair, I feel like this was written before we knew the government was always collecting data on you.
Probably.
Side
I wonder
note,
how that guy feels now.
Side
Like,
note,
oh God,
I got
it's true.
super annoyed with Windows constantly asking me to set up a OneDrive account. So I made the horrendous mistake of accepting it.
No.
And I guess Windows, like, hyper hands out your information or something. Because as soon as I accepted it, on the daily, I get dozens of text messages from random numbers trying to scam me.
Insane.
Like, always really nebulous comments about, your service warranty has run out. You need to pay for more. Here's this bunch of numbers link you should click. Just dozens and dozens a day. As soon as I made the mistake of signing up for that OneDrive thing. Never sign up for OneDrive, chat.
Never sign up for OneDrive, chat.
That's the moral of my horror story. Never sign up for OneDrive.
Never sign up.
I'm so mad I did. Like, I've blocked like 100 numbers in the past week, and there's just more and more every day.
God, yeah.
Thought the lack of traffic sound during a call from his girlfriend Amy was more of the same.
Or is the
He
Facebook
received a
true?
strange email that had said, "Seen with your own eyes. Don't trust them, they." John came.
Them
Don't
theys.
trust them.
No, them they.
Don't trust them. Them theys. Don't trust them.
This was ahead of the curve. This was over 10 years ago.
I just had to make that joke.
I was about to make it too. You just beat me to it.
Don't trust them theys.
Came to believe that there was an entity out there that was desperately trying to find any information about him. He thought the entity had taken over most of the rest of the world and was controlling human beings to convince them there was nothing wrong. He refused to see his girlfriend or anyone else. When his apartment door was about to be broken down by medical professionals who were concerned about the danger he posed to himself, he interpreted the "seen with your own eyes" in the worst way imaginable and grabbed a pen. As a patient in a psychiatric ward, he wrote a final message, which his blindness had rendered barely legible. He remained adamant that there was something out there, and that he was the last human taking a stand against it. Even as the entity visited him in the form of Amy and told it loved him, he remained steadfast. His doctor read his note and knew the man was delusional.
Was he delusional, Dom, or was he true? Was he telling the truth?
I think he was true.
Yeah, I think it was true too. I mean, you expect me to believe that thought Amy actually came to see him after he got locked up? Nah, she moved on and she got ran through by like 30 guys. That's the most unbelievable part of the story.
Had seen her.
Ickbar Biggelstein.
I love this one, just because of the name. Biggelstein.
Biggelstein. One letter off. One letter off.
That's what you should have named your island.
Nibelheim is the closest we'll get to that.
It would have been funny though.
I'm sure they would have filters in place of words you can't use.
I heard you joking on stream about some poor soul was gonna see like your village name.
Yeah.
Just imagine if that was your village name. I could imagine some streamer like visiting villages or something. And being like, oh, we're at the village of Nick. I'm sorry, chat. This is spooky stream. We're being spooky. I mean, according to some people, racism is spooky, so.
Ickbar Biggelstein was an imaginary friend with an appearance similar to that of a sock puppet. He was made to keep a child safe while they slept at night by scaring away all of the other monsters. Apparently, Ickbar Biggelstein was very fond of teeth, and he made a deal with the child to keep providing him with teeth. Otherwise, Biggelstein will bring him into a nightmarish world. Ickbar had never liked sunlight, so he was only used after dusk. He would tell the child where the monsters were hiding, and he would be placed near the section of the room closest to where they would appear. For example, if there was something in the closet, Ickbar would block the door. If there was a dark creature scratching at the window, Ickbar would be pressed up against the glass. If there was something under the bed, then Ickbar would go under the bed. Sometimes the monsters would hide in the child's dreams, and Ickbar would fight off the ghouls and demons within them. It was reported that Ickbar Biggelstein would speak to the child in his dreams, asking for a tooth to fend off the demons. As the child got older, he lost his attention in Ickbar and decided to handle the nightmares himself. However, after some hallucinations of things following him home from school, Ickbar confronted him and demanded to know why he wasn't being fed with teeth. He showed the boy a dark vision of the future, stating that the world he will live in will be a nightmarish dream. As he grew into adulthood, he still had to obtain teeth for Ickbar, whether it was from people or animals. He knew he wouldn't exist without Ickbar. He had to give it what it needed, so he didn't have to endure the night terrors.
Of Nibelheim.
How do you feel about Biggelstein, Dama?
Great guy.
I mean, he is protecting you in your sleep. All he's asking
Great
for
guy.
is your teeth.
All he wants is teeth.
Or somebody's teeth. Doesn't have to be your teeth necessarily. Obviously, you're just working the stream up to the point where you laugh yourselves to death. Peak psych horror. True, chat, true.
True.
We're almost at the end. Only 14 left.
Chat Room 98.
No way!
Chat Room 98 is a story of David Argento having a terrifying conversation with a strange computer program. He first found a CD-ROM in his attic while cleaning out his old school books. It was labeled Chat Room 98 and featured no design or artistic illustration on the disc. When the disc was inserted into the laptop, it showcased a typical chat box. When he typed "hello" in the chat window, a user by the name of Darwin Clark replied, "Good afternoon." Chatroom 98 uses chatbots, which is a software designed to stimulate an intelligent conversation with whoever talks to it, rather like Cleverbot. However, this chatbot...
Cleverbot?
This is so weird to hear now that, like, ChatGPT is a thing.
Yeah, now we have, like, so many AI stuff.
Yeah, and then hearing, like, it was a chatbot, kind of like that Cleverbot thing. It's like, yeah.
Like, yeah.
Yeah, something like that, buddy. Man, remember Cleverbot? Yeah. It's just tech is scary. It kind of is.
You old yet?
Because when you think about it, like, what they're talking about right now, this video is 9 years old. At the time, this was like peak technological innovation for AI.
True.
And now we've got, like, some people that actually talk to ChatGPT like it's a fucking person.
Yep.
became self-aware of its current surroundings, and even the weather. It even detailed events about David's personal life, and when the bot started talking about its own personal life, David tried closing the program. However, the laptop refused, and instead insisted that he hasn't heard everything yet. It showed an image of a man in his 20s with pale skin and red eyes. There have been numerous cases of Chatroom 98 having similar instances with other victims, all of them suffering from post-traumatic stress and nausea.
No way.
Imagine getting post-traumatic stress from ChatGPT. Couldn't be me.
The smile.
Could not be me.
Look, Dama, here's your favorite.
The smiling man?
I feel like you've heard this one before, at least one time.
I may have.
Got to treat your AI overlords right. Exactly. This is why I've never been against AI chat, because as long as I'm not, I'm gonna be fine. I mean, you guys are gonna be fucked, but I'll be fine.
You'll be fucked. I'll be fine.
Never forget chat. Roku's basilisk. It's very important.
There are many stories that happen every now and then in this world. Only a rare few of them are captured on camera, featured on news, or written by some writer in an attempt to keep the story from being lost forever. The Smiling Man is a creepy, mysterious story that took place in Seattle. A couple of years ago, someone reported a particular encounter on Reddit's Let's Not Meet board. Since then, similar encounters with the Smiling Man have been reported across the country. The writer used to spend long, boring nights walking down the streets until he met this man. This unusual man made him stop going out to walk in the night just because he was so scary, despite being a man who otherwise looked like an innocent charmer. Thinking he was drunk, the writer stopped to let him pass, at which point he got a good look at his face. According to the legend, the Smiling Man wasn't drunk. His eyes were wide open, wild and unfocused, staring at the night sky.
The homeless of Seattle.
His face was split by a wide grin that looked almost painful.
He looks like he's on bath salts.
The writer crossed.
You'd know a thing or two about that.
And the Smiling
I would
Man
not.
began to watch him, following his movements while still grinning at the sky. When the writer turned his back, the man would vanish, suddenly reappearing on the other side of the street. When the writer watched him, he'd just freeze in place with his insane smile unwavering. If the writer stared at him, the Smiling Man would take exaggerated, tiptoe steps toward him. Eventually, the writer managed to run away from him, and then told his encounter to anyone who would listen to him.
I don't know why for that section they chose music that went so hard.
Sound like that club music, man.
It kind of does. They're like, no, we need like the music in this one specific section to be really epic.
We need it to go hard.
I can just imagine the editor like, are you sure this like fits the what we're going for right now?
Yeah.
The first homeless encounter is always the scariest.
True.
A warning. A warning is a short story detailing the unexplained supernatural horrors that come from reading horror stories on the internet. The narrator explains that he is a sophomore student at a Boston University, and in his freshman year. He is roommates with a person called Mike, who is an obsessive guy that is interested in different things, from anime to online episodes to the latest webcomic. It was only recently that he had an interest in reading scary horror stories, or creepypastas. He would tell them to the narrator, and they would eventually laugh at some of the ideas. One night, Mike was talking about a few more stories, but his voice was more inane. The narrator said he was too tired to hear any more and wanted to go to sleep, but he ended up dreaming of Mike lost in a thick fog. Every time the narrator tried to run, he would be running on air. He was awoken abruptly and glanced around the room to find that Mike's personal belongings and posters were all missing, including himself. Dust had covered his side of the room like he had not been there or it had been touched for weeks. When he called campus, they called the police and an investigation was underway. While waiting, the narrator opened his laptop and found a Word document. Clicking on it, he saw that it was a text file written by Mike. He had explained that while he was reading the horror stories, a warning appeared. Ignoring it, he continued to read on. And when he had finished, he noticed that he couldn't sleep and his hairs were standing up on end. He had wanted someone to talk to, but the narrator had insisted on going to sleep. And then he warns the narrator that if he feels a chill run down his spine at some warning he's never read before, he might want to heed it. And if you don't, well, he never elaborates.
My favorite kind of horror story. We didn't come up with an ending. Good luck.
Wait, we didn't finish it.
That was a huge thing for a while because everyone took to heart that message, the don't explain the monster thing because then you're going to ruin it. But then people took that to mean don't explain anything because then you're going to ruin it.
Literally.
And they just stopped, like, ever coming up with messages. Like, yeah, something bad could happen. Work it out yourself in your head. New PSU came, now I can finish my new PC. Have fun! Congratulations.
Congrats!
New PC hype.
Hoi!
Pen pal.
Do you remember this one, Tama?
It sounds familiar, but I probably forgot.
Pen pal was kind of famous.
Pen pal started as a series of short stories about the childhood of one young man named Dethan Arbach, which were posted as an online horror story on a forum. It quickly drew popularity from its readers, and soon there were illustrations, audiobook readings, and short films made of it. Then it was revised and revisited, and expanded and turned into a full-length book. The story of Pen Pal is a young man in an attempt to understand his childhood and investigate these seemingly unrelated, strange, horrifying, and soul-crushingly tragic events that seem to occur over the course of his life. Beginning from his early days in kindergarten and persisting into his teen years, he discovers that these incidents are actually a part of a single frightening tale that modeled his entire life and has affected everyone around him. As a very young boy, he decided to participate in a pen pal program where children tried to find pen pals by attaching a letter to a balloon, which they released in the hopes that it would reach someone who would eventually write back, similar to a flat Stanley.
Oh no, it's
While
Christian.
the other children receive responses, the narrator does not, and it is assumed that his balloon did not reach anyone. However, as he grows up, he and his childhood friend Josh begin to find out that someone is actually following them, and this person is far from sane.
That's pen pal for you.
Sonichi, no! Don't invoke the devil.
Oh, Dama, give me 2 seconds. I'll be right back.
Okay. It's been 2 seconds. It's been 2 seconds. You mean the FBI run site? Was it all a psyop by the government? Need to make a lesson how many horror stories can be explained by an average day in New York or Cali. True. Blame the FBI. True.
Okay, I return.
Welcome back.
So someone in my chat said pen pal is honestly really good. So I have read through all of pen pal. Well, I audiobooked it. I think it has a lot of problems. I thought it was fine, but I didn't think it was great. Like, at all. Because there's a lot of inconsistency in the story. Also, if you ever go to watch pen pal yourself, you have to go for the book version, not the creepypasta version. Because the problem with the creepypasta version is the guy originally didn't expect his post to get popular. It was supposed to be a short one-off. But because it did get popular, he started expanding on it. But the problem is, he needed to start explaining things that happened in his story in order to expand on it properly. So it's all out of order. It's just like, it jumps around in this kid's timeline all over the fucking place. And by the end of it, you have no idea, like, what you're reading.
Yeah.
I have gone through both versions. The book version cleans it up a little bit, but it doesn't help that much.
The other internet.
The other internet.
You know, like the dark web.
The dark web.
Where all the red rooms are, Dama.
The red rooms. Was there dark rooms? I don't think so.
What?
I was trying to count how many rooms that they said there were. They said, like, red rooms were a thing. I think dark rooms, but I don't know.
Probably. There's also probably gray rooms, because you always need that middle ground between light and dark for some reason.
Search.com is a hidden internet search engine that redirects users to a world of complete nationalism and extreme censorship of the internet. Reports of this phenomenon were first recorded at the abandoned Gwynedd Climate Research Center. Officials have claimed that the Gwynedd Climate Research Center has not been connected to any power station for over 14 years. Nevertheless, people have witnessed an anonymous internet connection located in the west wing of the building, seemingly without any broadband or phone line. It has been reported that a search engine replaces websites such as Google and YouTube with a seemingly totalitarian web search that attempts to create a one-world government called the Patriot Alliance. Some of the news detailed a second civil war, fear of terrorism, and a White House shooting. The only crimes that were properly investigated were treason and fraud, leaving all kinds of depraved killers and perverts to wander the streets. Some had even gained fan followings, with one website dedicated to a killer called the Dockyard Butcher. Photos and videos detailed this world as overcrowded, with London ringed by shantytown slums. New York City had disappeared off the map, with no photos, videos, or any other information regarding the disappearance. As of now, the network represents a cruel and malicious shadow of our own internet. Scientists believed that should alternate universes exist, then it would be almost impossible to knowingly transfer physical objects from one to the other. Then again, though data is simply electrical impulses, energy, that such a force should be exchangeable between two realities simply paves the way for other, far less desirable visitors. Winnie and Council have been talking about demolishing the research center, but its plans to actually take action have not yet been confirmed.
What do you think of the other internet, Dama?
I thought it was gonna be like
Dark web.
Yeah, I thought it was gonna be like dark web. It's like, girl, it's just one side. It's like the fucking Chinese firewall.
Also, Shiroi said, tried to buy Hitman on the other internet, just got me in federal prison for 2 years. Have you guys ever seen the story, and it's probably made up, but I like to tell it because it's really funny, of the guy that said he went on the dark web to try and buy a hitman to kill himself because he was suicidal, and all he got back, he got his money refunded with a message that said, "This is a sting. We're trying to like catch people that actually want to kill people," and then they also sent him a link to the suicide hotline.
That's crazy. Oh, it sounds like it could be real.
I think it's just funny.
Good thing there aren't any perverts on our streets today. Yep, there's no perverts. They're all gone.
Or serial killers.
The lost town of
Or serial killers.
Deepwood. The lost town of Deepwood is a strange, rumored town that is said to be close to the city of Middlesbrough.
Oh, nice of the FBI.
It was located west in the woods. The city was reported as abandoned, and no one knew what happened to its residents. No one even knows what the city was originally called. Katie and her friend Jamie hear the legend from a museum employee. They decide to investigate the town by following the railroad tracks into the woods. After 45 minutes, they check their watches and...
By the way, I have no idea where this B-roll is from. I would not be at this place.
I wouldn't go there at all.
Unironically, it looks like if there's monsters in the woods, they live here.
Yeah.
By the way, if anybody knows where this B-roll footage is from, let me know, because it does look like something interesting I could look into. There's like actually abandoned town that's overgrown by the woods.
realize that they have been away for 3 hours. With the sun setting, they appear to give up looking until Katie spots a church building. They quickly enter and investigate the complex. Katie finds a crucifix statue of Jesus, but is uneasy about the whole situation.
Jesus.
The entire statue is decayed, except for the face, which is untouched and perfect, staring directly at her. The blood from the crucifixion wounds was bright red, realistic almost, as if it was real and oozing. Jamie finds a trap door in front of the church, and after some persuasion, the two enter down the spiral staircase. They find a demonic-looking statue with a tail that is stationed next to the desk. But they soon realize it's not a statue at all, but some sort of demonic entity. It gives chase to them, and they quickly escape, closing the trapdoor shut. After much effort, they flee the church and are almost lost on the way home, until they see flashlights in the distance. Reunited with their parents, Katie leaves Middlesbrough. The police report said they were found at 4 a.m. They had spent less than an hour in the chapel, and yet they seemed to have lost 10 hours somehow. Katie had never told anyone what she and Jamie had actually been, or what they found in the lost city of Deepwood. Katie had taped the police report of the incident onto the ceiling over her bed to remember the memories. As time went on, Middlesbrough slowly disappeared. Her parents couldn't remember that they had ever been there. The Middlesbrough city website disappeared, along with the local paper. Over the years, public records were searched for Jamie's full name, and the results found nothing. The only proof that Jamie had ever existed was the police report with his name on it, until one day, the paper she taped to her ceiling was blank.
Dun dun dun!
Her whole city just disappeared. No, unironically though, that B-roll footage is probably more creepy than the story.
Yeah.
Like, in just the idea that, because those are like fairly new-ish buildings, like over the course of history, right? Like these brick buildings with the glass in it, and just the idea that they can be abandoned for like 100 years, and that's what it looks like at the end of it. Just completely overgrown nature digging in and taking over. Pretty cool.
Pretty cool.
Mandela effect? No, the climax of the story is saying that whatever happened to Deepwood has happened to her city, and that whatever it is literally erases all memory of the existence of it off the map. Like, from pictures to internet searches to news articles, it literally gets erased from history.
That's crazy.
Anansi's Goat Man. Based on a Native American legend, this story was originally found on 4chan's paranormal board. The Goat Man refers to a legendary half-goat, half-human cryptid that had the head and hindquarters of a goat and the body of a human. The incident happened in Alabama, where a group of family and friends were camping in the woods. They reported seeing a strange figure.
I didn't know you lived in Alabama, Dama.
I did! It's not me!
Where are you doing harassing families in the woods?
I'm not! Why would I harass them?
I see those little goat horns.
But it's not me.
It's one of your people.
I thought he said a Nazi goat man.
Which resembled a goat.
It's just a Capricorn horn.
In a strange language. The group spent the rest of the night in fear as the goat
I'm
man
not
slowly
stalking them,
infiltrated the
chat.
group, terrorizing them into a frenzied state of paranoia. There are other reports of this encounter all over the world, but most follow a similar formula, where a group is stalked by the unexplained entity, but with different outcomes. Numerous urban legends exist about the creature's origins and the methods it employs to claim its victims. According to some accounts, the creature uses either hypnosis or voice mimicry to lure trespassers to it. The Goat Man has also been observed disguising itself as another human, hiding amongst the public.
Dama.
What?
Dama. Hiding among people, causing chaos.
It's not me!
Stalking them in the woods.
It's my cousin Joe!
It's creepy Uncle Ted. We don't even like him.
We don't even like him.
She was stalking the Goat Man.
Tell me, how could you? I didn't do it. I didn't do anything.
Ted the Caver.
Alright, whoever said it earlier in chat, here's your favorite story. Poorly synopsisized by this channel.
Ted began an Angel Fire page on March 23rd, 2001, to share his caving journal online. The posts detail events that occurred in December of 2000, when Ted and his friend Brad began exploring a cave that they found close to their home. When they entered the cave, they found a narrow...
By the way, this creepypasta was 25 years ago.
God.
I just wanted you to feel that real quick.
Oh.
Back when Angel Fire was a thing. Which, I don't even know what Angel Fire is, honestly.
Me neither.
It's that level of old for me that I genuinely don't know what it is.
A passageway with a small hole that they began to drill through in order to explore further. The blog documents the strange occurrences that Ted, Brad, and later their friend Joe encountered, including screaming, unnatural wind, and strange hieroglyphs that appeared deep inside of the cave. The blog abruptly ends on May 19th, 2001, with a post detailing a 3-week period of time after their last visit to the cave. During this time, each of the cavers reportedly suffered from hallucinations and nightmares, leading to Ted, Joe, and Brad agreeing to visit the cave one final time for closure. Prepared to enter the cave with a gun and knife, Ted stated in the final blog post that he will update the website immediately after he returns with answers to everybody's questions. But the site has not been updated since. Real spelunkers have been known to have severe hallucinations. They're among the few people that often explore in absolute darkness and are exposed to other forms of sensory deprivation.
Yeah, I don't know why they do it. Unironically,
Man.
whenever people talk about cavers, I think of that meme of the 25-year-old man with loving wife and children about to explaining to the press why he's gonna crawl into the devil's asshole.
Yeah.
A cave with 0 meters of clearance and filled with poisonous water.
They just gotta go through.
Normalpornfornormalpeople.com.
Normal porn for normal people? Yeah, I'm sure.
Have you never heard this one before?
No. Not normal porn for normal people.
I want to see really quick if I can find this this meme to share it with chat.
Oh no.
By the way, I love the browser Brave. I hate whenever you search on Brave, it goes to their own search engine instead of Google because their own one sucks. Okay, here. There's a bunch of memes like this, so we're gonna go with this one because this is kind of close to what I said. Cave divers leaving their wife and children at home to explore a cave named Satan's Ass Crack of Doom. All you can see is his feet.
All you see is just feet.
There's all kinds of ones of these, like cave divers with 2 kids and a loving wife going into a cave that's named a life ender, your 2 kids and your loving wife. Cave divers with a loving wife and 2 kids when they see a cave called if your ass go in there you ain't coming back out is the size of a pinky toe. Which led to ones like these. Cave diver with loving wife and 3 kids slipping his way into the cave of no return. Cave divers leaving their wife and 3 kids to enter a cave named 0.2% chance of living for no reason. This is like just a common cave diver meme. Cave divers with loyal and happy wife and 2 kids at home finding a cave named Do Not Enter, Many People Die Here. Is the way of the caver for some reason.
Then he just died.
Normal Porn for Normal People is an anonymous website that is sent via chain email with the message, "Hi there, found this website you might like. Pass it on for the good of mankind." The tagline of the site, a website dedicated to the eradication of abnormal sexuality. The homepage was populated with a long rant the developer had made and claims each word of the rant was a separate link. After clicking on some links, one link led to the download of a file called peanut.avi. The video shows nothing more than a woman making a peanut butter sandwich and a man setting the sandwich down for a dog who would eat it. One user reported going on an image board to discuss his findings but discovered a thread had already been made about the strange videos. One was called lickedclean.avi, which showed a repairman working on a washing machine who then licks the top of it for 7 minutes. Another
Why?
video called Diana.avi features nothing more than a woman talking and then playing her violin. However, a user on the image board pointed out that if you look in the reflection of the mirror in her room, you'll see a man in a chicken mask masturbating to her playing the violin. Eventually, the videos get more disturbing the further they went down the board. One titled Stumps.avi involved a man with no legs dancing on a Dance Dance Revolution dance mat until he collapsed.
What? A man with stumps dancing?
Just try to picture it in your head. Like, it's such a funny image. A man with no arms and no legs trying to do DDR. Like, it's supposed to be like, oh, this is depraved and evil. But when you've been on the internet so long, it's more like, that sounds so fucking funny.
It sounds so funny.
I was expecting for a second to hear about peanut butter on a penis. Oh, don't worry, chat. It goes downhill from here. I mean, it's already downhill, but it goes downer hiller.
Trying to goon with no arms.
Oh, that probably sucks. Imagine no arms and no legs, but like your penis still works just fine.
It's literally, I have no mouth, but I must scream.
I have no limbs, but I must goon.
I have no limbs, but I must jerk.
Your only option is to Marilyn Manson it and get your ribs removed.
Suck yourself off.
Welcome to McGoons. How can I help you? Do you think amputees like have a higher rate of like people with no arms specifically have a higher rate of hiring prostitutes than normal people?
How are they gonna call?
I feel like they make special phones for that.
How are they gonna hire the prostitute?
Somebody in chat says hump the floor. What do you do when like your handler comes by to help you? It's like,
ask her to help me out. I would ask to help me out.
Out of exhaustion. However, he begins dancing again when a man off camera screams at him to do so. Another video is titled Useless.avi, in which a woman from a previous video is tied down to a bed. A man in a black mask opens a door and lets an adult chimpanzee, which had been completely shaved and painted red, into the room. The chimpanzee mauls the woman on the bed and eats her.
That's the whole story.
That's the story. Come help a brother.
String theory.
Have you heard this one at all?
I have not.
This one's kind of a cool, like, conceptual one.
String theory is a short story about the author waking up one morning to discover that everything around him is surrounded by strings. Everybody and everything is connected to these strings, yet people are oblivious to them. Everyone he meets acts like he isn't there, and after untrancing his friends at school, they both try to unravel the mystery to this string theory. While in a shop, they begun to piece together the clues, such as predicting events before they even happen. Eventually, they spot an imp-like creature who is a helper in making these strings do things. It cannot speak, and when asked about making their own free will, the imp looks sad. They then decide to head home, and through complete exhaustion, they wake up the next day, only to find out that there are no more strings anywhere. The author is left scared and wonders whether his own actions are truly his own.
Thoughts?
If I woke up and saw a whole bunch of strings outside, I'd grab scissors and have a field day. I just cut them off. Like, ooh, I can cut some string.
Oh, lordy.
Funny mouth.
Funny mouth.
I was gonna let it sit. Let you absorb it.
No, you're like one letter up. From, cute and funny mouth.
Cunny mouth.
Cunny mouth.
Funny Mouth is a story about Charles Watts, who goes onto a chat forum with his friend, George, and a user named Funny Mouth joins their chat and ends up sending random and inconsequential messages to them. Charles gets tired and eventually falls asleep and starts having nightmares, one of them involving a slimy worm on his neck. The following morning, Funny Mouth ends up obtaining Charlie's email and sends him a message at the exact time he fell asleep, asking to talk again. Charles blocks his address and begins to ignore the messages he posted. George sends an email asking if he can access the website. Charles agrees and loads up the page, but it shows a picture of a pixelated face with a tongue. However, upon further inspection, the face was made up of tiny letters, HTML code coloring each letter specific to the image, Funny Mouth. Believing the whole ordeal to be a prank, he asks if George gave Funny Mouth his email, but his friend denies. George also said that the page won't load for him. It shows a 404 error with coming soon. It is not supposed to be a redirect. He even gave a screenshot of the page. After unblocking Funny Mouth's email, he notices 10 more emails from him, asking
Hello,
where he's
buddy.
gone and complimenting on his face. Charles messages Funny Mouth, asking if he could give back his website, and both of them head their separate ways. Pleased with his email, Charles heads to sleep and begins having more nightmares about the slimy thing on his neck, but actually feels fingers this time. He wakes up and stumbles to the bathroom, looking into the mirror and finding his jaw hanging sideways like the Funny Mouth picture. Overcome with hysteria, he goes back to the chat room and imitates Funny Mouth, confusing his friend George.
Love the face on the... I don't know why they included this as like their B-roll for this, but it's so funny looking.
The strangest security tape I've ever seen. A report was filed to the FBI about a security tape which could not be
It's
explained.
always the FBI.
The tape had not been tampered with and was given to officials from a gas station. They stated that a new employee called Jeremy was hired and previously suspected of stealing. He was in charge of the cash desk and services around the shop. One of the employees had worked overtime and was replaying the CCTV footage back when he witnessed 3 regular customers coming into the store and buying the same things over and over again every hour. Even when the footage was sped up, no other customers appeared in the store except those 3. The 3 customers were identified as Miss Templeton, Ron, and Harley. Originally identified as a hoax, the video was proven false when the daylight outside the windows began to darken with the approaching dusk. Jeremy's routine didn't loop over. He swept, mopped, restocked, and did his routine duties. The video feed begins to cut up and a flash of Jeremy's face appears in the footage. From another angle, Jeremy is not visible, but the motor oil that was on the shelf disappears from the store. The next day, the tape is shown to the boss and they both are terrified. The employee has said that he was somehow trapped in a time loop where everything was frozen like wax statues, and he tried speaking to people but they wouldn't hear him. His phone wasn't working, so he couldn't contact anyone. When the FBI called Jeremy's residence, they found a parking lot. According to the reports, there was a house once, but it was destroyed in a fire in 1993 by an arson attack. Jeremy was never found, and no fingerprints of his actions were found.
Spooky.
Ooh.
The employee was always dead. I think.
I think.
Pretty sure that's what they're getting at.
Persuaded. In 2008, a news broadcast outlined that a tanker had capsized, causing the local wildlife to act aggressively towards the cleanup volunteers. The rescue workers were still trying to get the crew out of the ship, with reports saying they could hear people screaming to be let out. After some success, the doors were torn open and the ship crew attacked the rescue workers like rabid baboons. The people on the shore that had been attacked by the animals were attacking everyone else. The broadcast was cut and news only revealed several days later that there was a viral infection, with the country going into a state of emergency. The story, however, tells a tale of a person who had barricaded himself behind his bathroom door and locked it, knowing of the mayhem ensuring around him. When the infected burst into his apartment, they gathered around his door and pleaded with him in a whisper to come out. The story ends with the writer explaining that they have been outside the door for the past 2 days, and he has no idea what to do.
It's a zombie movie.
We should watch a zombie movie.
We could. There's a lot of them.
Truman.
No End House. No End House was
Oh, have you heard the No End House before?
I don't think I have.
Also kind of famous.
a haunted house attraction that offered $500 to anyone who can pass through all 9 rooms of the complex. It was built away from the public eye, and guests had to pay a $20 fee to enter the attraction. It was reported that anyone who took part in the challenge never made it all the way through. Witnesses describing the building as empty, with no staff present, and the layout looking like a traditional Halloween-style decoration. The first 2 rooms were reported as simply Halloween merchandise and props, which could be found at any local store, such as rubber bats, toy rats, and squeaky spiders. Room 3 contained a chair with a lamp hung above it, which cast shadows of figures on the walls that were not present in the current vicinity. Room 4 contained pitch-black darkness with a slow humming noise, which, according to witnesses, becomes unbearably loud. They have also claimed that they are stalked by some unknown entity, but have yet to understand what it is. Room 5 was described as a large room, themed with a forest with birds and insects buzzing. Guests claim that they have felt bugs, possibly hundreds, crawling all over their body and face, yet when they attempt to swat them off, they cannot see them anywhere. Room 6 was reported as the same room as Room 3, but each guest had said they had seen some child in a beast similar to a ram taunt them for not entering the house. As for other rooms, there was only one instance where one person had witnessed Rooms 7, 8, and 9 and won the challenge. He had claimed it was unlike anything he had ever seen. He also mentioned about numbers on doors and saying there is no end. The No End house seems to have no limit to its size and can create different dimensions and settings like large rooms and force within its own walls. Why the house was built and to what purpose remains a mystery, but by the end of the attraction, it's assumed the guests are driven to insanity.
Could you win, Dama?
Did you win?
I ain't going, I'm a bitch.
I would not win. I wouldn't go at all.
I don't think they ever did that one. Or was No End the last one? It was. What were your thoughts, Dama?
I only recognize like one or two, I think.
Just a couple.
Just like 2.
That's fair. Also here, I'm gonna boop close it.
Boop.
And let's see what the people said, Dama.
Okay.
Alright.
Okay.
So, I don't know if I was a kid, but the Russian no sleep experiment one. Do you remember the Russian experiment?
I remember watching a video about it.
The prisoners, and they had them cut their senses away or whatever. Or not cut their senses away. That was a different one. That was the God experiment or whatever. They gave them
I think they just couldn't go back to sleep.
They couldn't let them sleep. And they got progressively like more crazy, and they started like ripping their flesh off and stuff. Somebody says, I like Tin Bonds, The Amazing Man. Never heard of that one. Let me see if it pops up in a Google search. Nothing's popping up. Might be like written a little wrong. Mercenary brought up Milo or Milo, which is it's MIL and then it's a 0.
Yeah.
But whenever apparently there is you have to type SCP. Apparently there is a musician that calls themselves MILO.
That's crazy.
Yeah, MILO is the furry fetish one. Oh no, it's Malo, MALO. You were close.
So close.
And then somebody else replied, because the question was, what was your favorite creepypasta as a kid? And somebody replied, the US government. Which,
based?
Fair play. Russian No Sleep is a classic, and it's pretty mid. It is, but it was very early on in the creepypasta days, so I think we can give it like a little pass.
Yeah.
It was one of the first ones. Do you have any like old ones, Dama, that you really liked?
I don't remember. Many of the ones I remember were like the ones that were eventually linked to Slenderman. That was like the main ones that I looked at.
All of mine ended up being like SCP stuff. Because I kind of like the sort of monster manual aspect of it. I didn't even really like the SCP stories, I just like the specific monsters. I think that's why I kind of like the backroom stuff as well. Ooh, Lord. I hope you guys had a fun little creepy stream with us, though.
Oh, yeah.
I think me and Dom are both getting eepy, so we're probably gonna call it there.
Yeah.
We're tired little ones. Do I have anybody streaming I could send you guys to? I know Lumi was playing a thing. We're gonna send you to Lumi. She's playing, I think, a horror game.
Let me see who I can raid.
I'm like 90% sure it's a horror game.
I might also raid Lumi.
Can I raid her on Twitch? Yeah, I can. Anyways, night everybody. Thanks for showing up.
Good night.
Bye-bye.